There is, I'm sure. The Stalker trilogy.
Shit.
Ow, ow.
When you're painting undead skeletons, one key is to look at blind horse eyes to paint their eyes.
Oh, like the blind horse my nephew rode for his birthday when the sun didn't come out, and me and Phil were wondering if we were in a John Carpenter movie.
Yeah. Using blind horse eyes.
Just
for
milky,
undead.
milky white dead eyes.
Uh-huh. That's what I've been doing.
They haven't seen for ages.
Works.
So, rendering these details. Should probably finish my shields.
Yeah, when's that deadline?
I think there's like 6 more days.
Cool.
But I want to get them up a little early so I can try and get more votes.
Nice.
If anyone didn't see me working on them earlier, doing these, I want to do a third one, but I might not have time. Doing these 2 shields for the Dark Souls thing. I really like the way the Cathedral one's coming out. I got some stuff I want to fix on the Medusa. But yeah, I want to get these up. I want to get them up.
Get it.
Jero in the chat says, I think my cat is dead. Well, what are the symptoms, Jero? Maybe we can help. I'm somewhat of an expert on dead cats. My dad's a professional.
Yeah.
If you don't know the story behind that, I'm not going to explain it. That's for the regulars. But, yeah, dead cat.
Dan's dad had a freezer full of dead cats.
Full in trash bags.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's the main point.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm trying to stress. So, you know. Yeah, the shields are for a competition, but my dad's cats weren't for a competition. Those were for revenge.
Good revenge story.
Yeah. One of the best. Gonna turn it into a movie someday. I should pitch that script. Now I'm thinking Michael Douglas is my dad. Collecting dead cats. I think Michael Douglas has what we're looking for.
It's a little too flattering.
Well, yeah, that's the point. I just want him to be super serious about cats. I want him to get mad like only he can. Did you pour one out for Ray Harryhausen today?
I didn't have anything to pour out.
You got water.
Doesn't count.
You could go to your sink, pour some water, and say his name and pour it on the ground.
I have to clean it.
Yeah, you could let your dog lick it up.
Too much work.
Yeah, that's a good point. But anyway, he's dead, so...
You watched Sinbad?
Yeah, I watched Sinbad and Jason and the Argonauts.
As good as you remembered?
Yeah, it's awesome. I watched 2 of the Sinbads. I love it when
in Seventh Voyage, the wizard dude, he overacts so hard in that movie.
I love it when the Shiva wakes up.
Yeah.
The metal sounds when it's walking down the stairs, and then how it awkwardly bobs its head from side to side. But it looks awesome. I mean, it still looks good. It's cheesy because it was before art direction, but the effects still look awesome. That skeleton fight's still crazy.
Yeah, skeleton fight's my favorite.
For the equipment they had back then, that skeleton fight blows my mind. It's like, wow. The amount of, stuff you had to get right, layering it to have that pull off the way it did.
Ah, man. Just client work all night.
Yeah, me too. I'm probably gonna be up till like 6 a.m., 7 a.m.
Yeah, me too.
So much stuff that's time sensitive that I have to get done this week.
Yep.
But I'm taking next week off
Really?
to do all personal
Oh, right.
work.
You're going up to New Hampshire.
Going up to the mountains to breathe the air and draw things that I want to draw.
Yeah, I need to get my license renewed.
Yeah. Oh, right. I forgot.
Yeah, I just found my old passport and my social security card and birth certificate and everything. So I'm gonna go down to the registry.
Yeah, do it.
And then I'll be able to come and visit you.
Yeah, that'll be cool. It should be really nice. Like, not too hot, not too cool.
It was super nice, like today.
Yeah. Hopefully the weather doesn't do anything next week. I don't think it's gonna, though.
I don't know why you say that.
Because, like, I've had those times where I've gone up there and I drive like 4 hours and then I get there and it just rains for 3 days straight and I'm like, well, come on. And I drive back.
Well, I know, you said I don't think it's gonna. Like, you can predict it.
I was just looking at stuff like, please. Please don't let this happen again. There's nothing worse than driving up there on a Saturday and then driving back Sunday morning. It's so lame.
Yeah. It's a long trip. Man.
What do I do with my tax return money? Do I go somewhere? Do I buy a Cintiq I don't really need? What do I do?
I mean, you want to do something because you haven't done something in a while.
Yeah, I haven't done something in like over a year.
So
Need to do something. I was thinking of maybe if you guys are all doing that workshop in like Portugal or something, I might just go to that.
I don't know for sure that that's going on.
Yeah.
At least for me, but yeah, I'm sure something's going to happen
Right.
in the coming months. I'm going to LA at least. So there's that.
When is the next trip to LA?
I'm not 100% sure when the next workshop is, but I mean, they told me a couple months. So it'll probably be like in the summer, like middle of the summer or something. I mean, you probably want to do something before then, though.
JJ Beeston in the chat had many suggestions.
Any good ones?
Go to Switzerland and take lots of photos and expand your professional image and take classes. If I went to Switzerland, all I'd do is walk around and look at stuff. I wouldn't want to I'd like casually sketch stuff, but I wouldn't want to go there and like take a class.
Yeah, I don't do anything when I go somewhere. I don't draw. I don't do shit. I like doing other things.
Yeah, I want to have an experience and take time off.
Like the way it is now, like doing art all the time. It's like it's the equivalent of like going on vacation if you were like an accountant and like working on
numbers.
Yeah, like while you're in the mountains or something. It's like
like calculating cost differentials on your vacation. It's like, whoa, why?
It's like you do it all the time. So I like when I go on vacation to just totally relax and look at stuff, take in the scenery,
right?
Hang out, go to cool towns, eat good food. That's way better. Sitting and drawing when you're in like a beautiful place seems so ridiculous to me.
Yeah. Yep, I feel the same way. Come to Australia? I think that's like wicked expensive, isn't it?
It's pretty expensive to fly out there.
Yeah, Australia.
And it's a wicked long flight.
No offense, but Australia's like crazy hard to get to from here, cost-wise and time-wise. I don't know if I'd really want to do that. Unless there was a reason to go. Besides just going. Like, if there was something really cool happening there, then maybe. But it's, like, super far. And it's like a whole day of flying. I think you gotta stop, what, like a minimum of 3 times or something?
Mm-hmm.
I know when my brother went, he, like, flew to Chicago, then flew to, like, LA. Then he went, I think, Hawaii or something, and then Australia. It was like horrible.
I don't think you have to do that.
No, you don't have to, but I don't think there's a direct flight either. I think it's too far. Maybe I'm wrong. If you guys know if you can take a direct flight and how long it is, post in the chat, because I'd be curious.
But in the end, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Because I'm not going to go there unless there's like an event.
I would go. Would be really cool. I kind of want to go to Hawaii.
Yeah, I really want to go to like. I mean, this is wicked far too. I'd really like to go and do like 2 weeks in Japan and do like the countryside and then do like one of the cities.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I'd really like to do that, but only if I could do both. I'd love to see the countryside. The chat says it's disconnected. I gotta. You guys can still hear us, right? Yeah, last stream's just being weird. Live stream's just being sensitive. We should go camping? Yeah. I mean, you're only gonna be here for like 2 days, right, Nisha? We can't really go up to New Hampshire, but if you wanted to come back, I got a cool place up there that we go to often. Lots of cool stuff to see.
Yeah, I love it up there.
Are we gonna go see the new Star Trek? Yep. Yes. I don't know when, but yes.
Oh, I think I'm coming down. The weekend after this one
For what?
to hang out with people.
Oh, okay.
Want to go and see Star Trek with everybody?
Yeah, there's like an IMAX in Plymouth now. We can just do that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
It's like, they call it something else. They call it like RPX.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking
It's
about.
the same thing as IMAX, though. Like, exactly the same.
As long as it's not 3D.
Yeah, they didn't even have a choice for Iron Man. I don't know if they're gonna keep giving people the option. You could only, if you wanted to see it in IMAX, you had to see it in 3D.
Ugh,
I was like, what?
hate 3D.
We just saw it in a regular theater. I was really bummed because I wanted it like with the really good image and the loud sound. But the only option at that theater was 3D or standard. Yeah, I hate 3D so much. I mean, it'd be one thing if they made 3D that was like doable for people that had glasses. Like, I don't know what it's like for people that don't have glasses. I don't know if it's, I mean, I'm guessing it still sucks because everybody complains about it.
I mean, I don't have glasses. I fucking hate it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even do it. Like, 3D for me is like, number one, the 3D, it doesn't do enough to the movie to enhance it. But number two, I've got like an inch and a half between the 3D glasses and my eyes. So, like, everything goes wrong. It just looks like total shit because it's glasses over my face. But yeah.
I'll never understand it. It's just this. It's just tacked on.
Yeah, it's just see the movie because there's more stuff.
It's so cheap.
It's like literally like a failsafe. It's like, well, even if the movie sucks, it's in 3D. That'll be cool. That'll be immersive and cool. It's like,
wow,
no.
Jesus Christ! There's an advertisement in Skype
What?
that just started playing.
Seriously?
Yeah, in our call. I was like, what the fuck is that sound?
I don't have it.
No, it's in my window. I'm looking at it. I just had to mute it.
Wow.
It's new.
That sucks. Yeah, something happened to me at the theater when I was seeing Iron Man 3 that has never happened before, where halfway through the opening, trailers, the screen was like, boom, and it just went gray, and it was like, Windows XP has crashed. And I was like, wait, they run theaters on a fucking PC? I was like, when did they start doing that? So then they had to shut down the computer, reboot it, and it's like, da-da-da-da, and then like load the fucking trailers again, and then play through all of them, and then play the movie. So like, we had to waste another half hour like seeing all the trailers a second time. I've never seen that happen. Just like sitting in a movie theater, and then the entire screen is somebody's desktop. And it's like, what? When did that happen? When did they make that switch? That brilliant switch. Makes no sense to do.
I can't even remember what I was talking about before that stupid advertisement popped up.
That you were coming down here, I think.
Mm.
And Star Trek, and yeah, I don't know.
Stupid advertisement.
I mean, there's lots of reasons they say they do 3D to address the question in the chat, but it's, come on, the only reason is because they think it's going to sell more tickets because idiots and kids are like, it's 3D. It's a gimmick.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing it because they're trying to find a new reason for people to go to the theater for a definitive experience they can't have at home.
Yeah, it's like Avatar brought it back because that was like a big thing to sell more tickets. That was just an idea that James Cameron had, and he shot the whole movie to be specifically suited for it. And like, whatever, certain parts, okay, yeah, the 3D felt 3D, but most of the movie, no. But then everybody just started doing that, like, what do you call it, like parallax 3D, like the lazy 3D. Like, not scenes that are specifically shot to be three-dimensional. Just like fake 3D where everything just kind of pops a little bit, and it's really annoying.
Yeah, I mean, they have that kind of 3D that's just like an afterthought that they tack on. That's
Yeah.
dumb, and you can tell, like, it. And then when it's not even that, like, when it's just 3D that isn't tacked on, and they do shit, like, for the purpose of 3D, it's so cheap.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Like, throwing stuff at the camera.
Well, it's like, you always know when the 3D's coming, so it sucks. Like, that's my biggest complaint is, like, you always know, like, okay, so, like, in Avatar, when they shot everything to be purposefully 3D, whatever, I still preferred it in regular IMAX, but they had certain scenes where, like, you know, particle effects would float between you and the actors, and, like, you know, foliage would lean out towards you when people walked through it. And then, you know, they tried to make it kind of immersive. But then there's 3D where it's like, it's not subtle at all. It's like, here's an action scene, and that jet's totally going to blow up, and you know when it blows up, the wings are going to fly at you. And you can just see it coming a mile away. And it's like, doo, and shit everywhere, and you see it coming, and I don't know, it's just so predictable what scenes are going to be 3D that it actually takes you out of the movie, because you're, like, waiting for it.
I mean, it feels like when stuff like that happens to me, it feels like an amusement park ride instead of like them trying to make a good movie.
Yeah, exactly. It's lazy. It's like really, really lazy.
It's like they wouldn't do that in Goodfellas.
No. But yeah, that's the thing is like
cave a dude's head and then blood flies at the screen. It's like they're making it for that specific experience.
Before I say
it's
this,
not going to be like a movie that lasts.
Before I say this, and I'm totally wrong, Django was in 3D, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Like, movies that are really good, and they know that they're going to be good on their own, never have it.
I mean, it's made to last, and 3D is obviously a fad. It's not like people don't even want 3D. I don't know, like they make people want it.
Well, what's your question, JJ Beeston? Is it, you said, so for you guys, what's an example of a film that's done near flawlessly? Do you mean with 3D, or just a film that we think is pretty much flawless? I'm not sure. Because if it's 3D, I already answered that. I think Avatar was the only one I've ever seen in 3D where I went, okay, I guess it's doing something. I still didn't like it. I still would have preferred it without it, but I understood why they had it in that one. Just a film that I think is flawless. I've talked about this before. Someone already put it in the chat. I think Muppet Treasure Island's a perfect movie. Never get tired of watching Muppet Treasure Island. But a serious answer, I mean, I am serious, but a movie, I don't know, like every Tarantino movie. Like Kill Bill's probably my favorite movie.
I don't think all those are flawless, but
not all of them.
I can't think of like an actual it's just it's stupid because there's different reasons why something is a way to another person. It's like if you're talking flawless in terms of it's super serious and it takes itself, very seriously, and it has like a dramatic plot and all that, then that's different. I don't necessarily like movies for that. It's like I'd rather watch an action movie.
Yeah, I think
it's like I have different definitions of flawless.
Yeah, there's different kinds of flawless for different genres. That's definitely true. I do think Kill Bill is my favorite movie though. I don't think there's any scene in that movie that I have a criticism about. Every scene in it feels necessary and well executed and unique. That's the weird thing about it. Every scene in that movie is totally unique from every other scene. In the color palette, the way they shot it, the soundtrack, the mood. I don't know. I never get tired of that movie. So I guess if I got to give an answer, it would be Kill Bill.
Yeah, I don't know what I would say.
His other movies are good, but I always have complaints about them. Like I loved Inglourious Bastards, but there were parts where it really dragged and I felt really bored. And then there was really good parts too, but Kill Bill, I don't have any complaints about. Kill Bill 2 sucked compared to the first one. But yeah. I don't know, just like I like movies that aren't trying to like impress me with how smart they are. Like Empire Strikes Back, I can watch that any day of the week. And it's just entertaining. It's got a good soundtrack. Any Indiana Jones movie except for Crystal Skull. I think the only thing I really hate in movies is when they try to be smart and they aren't smart. I hate that more than anything. Like after, do you remember what like thrillers were before The Sixth Sense came out? Can you guys remember back to that? Because there was this weird thing that happened where every movie had to have a twist after The Sixth Sense. It's still happening. So like before that came out, thriller movies were like kind of unique. There would be different angles they'd take and stuff, and they felt cool. But now they always have to have a twist. And there's been so many of them that now the twists are 100% predictable. Like you know what it's going to be before you go into the theater. And I think I hate that more than anything, is that it can't just be a movie with a good script. It has to have a big shocking, bet you didn't see that coming at the end. Like, or you could just have a logical plot resolution that ties up the film nicely without trying to blow my mind. Yeah, I hate it when movies do that. I remember seeing, remember when we watched Rear Window?
Which one was that?
The one where, like, Johnny Depp's, like, a writer. Or is it called Rear Window?
No, it's not called Rear Window.
What's it called? Where he's a writer and a guy with a hat shows up and his name's like Morton Rainey, and then at the end the twist is that Morton Salt has a little girl walking in the rain and he's lost his mind and he calls his alternate personality Morton Rainey. It's like the lamest fucking thing. He puts on a hat and he becomes another personality. And you know it the whole movie. And it's just so Secret Window. Yeah, it was so stupid. That was like that's the example that comes to mind of what I'm talking about is twists just for the sake of twists. Or it's like, what's that movie with what's her name and her kids, where they're dead the whole time?
Fucking
Yeah, it's like, what is it?
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
The Others.
Yeah, The Others.
Yeah, it's like the whole movie. You know what the twist is. You see it coming a mile away, like from the first sentence of the movie. So you're just like, everything feels really forced. But yeah.
I just stopped caring. Like, I got so cynical about all that stuff that I just, like, stopped trying to, like, detach myself from everything and not get bothered.
Yeah.
I just hate thinking about what I would do when I'm watching something.
I think it's like, it's such an easy thing to fix. That's the thing I don't get.
But I mean, I totally understand how those things happen. Like, I get that it's like such a crazy process. You work with a million people. You know, it's not such an easy thing to fix when you're one person doing it and you can see it. But you know, you're not one person. You're a huge team.
Yeah.
It's like tons of shit's gonna go wrong.
So in the chat, someone said, what about Shutter Island? I didn't see Shutter Island because I knew what the twist was going to be based on the poster. So I didn't even see it. I was like, oh, it's an asylum and he's an investigator. Turns out he's guilty / and or insane or the bad guy. I've been rooting for the wrong person. Things aren't what I expected. It's like, I had no desire to see it. I think the easiest way to fix it is for movies to just stop asking questions. Like the characters that look at the camera in all those movies and they're like, how come he couldn't see me? I was talking right to him. And it's like, oh, she's a ghost. If she hadn't said that line, I might not have seen that coming. But she had to look at the camera and say it. How come I can't open this door? It's because you died in that room. It's like, where are my kids? I can't see my kids. You can't be my daughter. You're 25 years old. You've been in a coma. High-pitched violins come in.
It's when I just have to watch, like, Predator.
Yeah.
I can do that.
I like movies that leave it open, where the twist at the end is that it could go one of, like, 5 ways. Like Nusha just said, like, American Psycho. Like, at the end, you don't know if he's actually, like, a killer, or if he just draws and has, like, a crazy imagination, or if he's just insane but didn't actually do anything, or if he did some of it but not all of it. Like...
Taxi Driver.
Yeah, Taxi Driver's great. Yeah, I just hate those question lines where they just have to look at the camera and make the twists so obvious in the dialogue. We just had this house blessed. Do you want to come inside? No thanks, I'm good. Just dropping something off. Oh, he's the ghost vampire, witch doctor, Satanist, cultist, murderer. Figment of her imagination. He's the not thing you think he is, period. Fill in the blank. So yeah,
Ooh, Skull and Shark movie.
it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. We promise we won't put any twists in it.
Mm.
At the end, you find out all the characters were dead the whole time. The whole city was dead. Whoa.
Oh my god.
At the end, you find out Skull was Shark and Shark was Skull the whole time.
Yeah, that is the twist.
Just role reversal. That means nothing to the plot. So wait, what does that change? Nothing. Whatever. Send it. Favorite TV show? Right now it's Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say Breaking Bad, obviously.
Yeah, Breaking Bad's like the best show ever. There's not one bad episode of Breaking Bad, and I've never seen character arcs, anything like that.
Oh, that would be good. What P-Nate said in the chat.
What?
That at the end of Skull and Shark, I wake up and it's all my dream. Except have that part go on too long and I wake up and I also masturbate.
Oh, yeah.
You watch the whole thing.
Drag it out. You wake up and roll over. Huh, it was all a dream. Then you turn on your laptop, go to a porn website, start beating off. Finish.
Yeah.
You could have it keep going after that, too.
You know.
Have it get even more pathetic.
Just another 100-page comic after that.
Yeah, exactly. Skull and Shark 2. Skull and Shark 2 Awakening. It's gonna be great. The skull and the shark were metaphors for Dave's life. He's dying. That's the skull. And he masturbated and I don't know, fish smell, shark, whatever. Yeah, whatever.
Smell.
Whatever.
Definitely fish
Whatever. It's meaningful. Just accept it. I want to do lazy panels at cons and give those kinds of answers. Yeah, whatever. I mean, it's meaningful or something. Next. I've been watching Mad Men. I watch it because it's something to watch. It's not very good anymore. But it is something I can put on while I work and listen to.
I stopped watching everything. I stopped just everything. I haven't even seen The Hobbit. I just stopped.
Yeah.
I just listen to music. Try to make new things.
Yeah. I'm wondering when I can listen to music while I work again. It's been so long.
I can do it if it's I don't know. If I get into a certain zone, I can do it when I'm doing client work.
Right.
But it's pretty specific.
For a long time, that's all I could do, and now I can only do shows. I'm sure it'll go back to music at some point.
Like, I could do music right now and paint this thing.
Right.
But I don't care.
Nusha, you already met us. I threw money at you, remember?
Yeah.
Threw money at you, and then I walked away. Yeah, Mad Men just feels like a sitcom now, so I like can't really enjoy watching it. I put it on and listen to it, but it's like all the characters stop developing. It's like the opposite of Breaking Bad. Like all the characters stop developing and they just are who they are now. So it's like Don's gonna walk in and say something bossy, then Pete's gonna walk in and disagree with Don and be, oh, harumph. I'm so upset that Don doesn't treat me seriously. Then Joan's gonna walk in and say something sexy, and then Peggy's gonna be a feminist. And then Sterling is gonna come in and comic relief and do it all over again. Yeah, I wish I could just enjoy things.
I'm telling you, just stop.
I wish I could be normal and just be like, all of Friends is on Netflix, and like be excited about that and just watch all of it. Like, thank God. Like life would be so much easier
Just didn't hate.
if I just didn't hate. Just wait a minute. You're telling me every season of Sabrina the Teenage Witch is on here? Like, how awesome must Netflix be for people that don't care? This be the greatest thing ever. So anyway, what's going on, bitch?
Just rendering like crazy on the second thing.
Well, I mean, that means you're at the end, right? All the hard stuff's done. It's just finishing it now.
Yeah, I mean, kinda. Renderings just takes a long time, that's all.
Yeah.
Make everything read right and all that.
Really want to watch Miami Connection.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Tried downloading it, I couldn't get it.
It's like $10 or something,
Oh, I'll just buy it then.
I think. I know I bought it. It wasn't a lot of money. But I got the t-shirt package.
Nice. You got a Dragon Sound t-shirt?
Yeah.
Awesome. That's pretty great.
It is awesome.
Oh, do you know anything about t-shirt licensing rates and stuff?
Depends who you're going through.
The Shovel Knight dudes are trying to get a licensing thing, and they just wanted to know if I knew anything about it, and I was like, no, but I'll ask people.
No, I mean,
I'm gonna ask Dan DeSalt.
I'm working with like the Mountain,
Yeah.
but they have crazy licensing
Right.
things because they're so huge.
Yeah.
You'd probably get a better deal working with them.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna ask Dan for information on the people he's done shirts with and just forward it over to them.
He doesn't license anything.
I
He
thought he
gets
did.
paid flat rates, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you ask him
Yeah, I'll ask him about it. Is anybody know if CA is down again? I was trying to get on there earlier and it wouldn't load. I don't know if people are listening.
Yeah, last I saw, they were like doing that update thing.
Another update?
That's what it looked like.
Weird.
That wasn't too long ago.
If anyone in the chat has any questions, feel free to make us excited to talk. so we're not just mumbling.
Not unexcited.
It's just been long enough since I had coffee that I'm starting to come down.
I actually have to get up and refill my cup.
Yeah, do it.
So I'll be up pretty late tonight. Hold on.
Do I plan out the detail early on? Oh, yeah, let me just shut off all my layers. This was the sketch. So that's the sketch. And this is the render. This is like the underpainting because I haven't gone in with any textures or anything yet. So it's like a 1-for-1. All the details pretty much there. Except for like the horns, which I just left as shapes. But yeah, with something like this where it's just patterns, like I don't do this for paintings all the time. If it's like a character or like an illustration, I don't do it this way. But if it's something that's just design, like where it has to be balanced and really clear in shapes and stuff, I always plan it this way. Because you gotta know if it's gonna work.
How do I always forget my own fucking process?
Because you change it like 50 times. You've had like 20 different styles this past like year.
And I always forget.
Sometimes you start black and white, sometimes you go direct color, sometimes you start with photos, sometimes you push it like that Garen thing you did to like the nth degree, sometimes you keep it vague, like you don't have like a set thing.
Do you want to write my Imagine Effects article?
No, I'm just saying every time you send me a sketch it's completely different. When you're like, how does this look? And I'm like, what are you doing? This is grayscale. And you're like, oh, you know.
I didn't do that. I go crazy.
And then the next one's like a bunch of photos and I can't even see what you're trying to do. And I'm like, what? I had no idea what that cyber dude was supposed to be until you rendered like his hand. And I was like, oh, that's the head. I get it. I see it now.
I have different approaches. It's like when I work for cryptids, I have a different approach. When I work for Riot, I have a different approach.
Right.
It's like everything's a little different. It's like different approaches for different levels of finish and stuff.
Right. Well, it's like plus with like the movie jobs now, where like you can't even do it the same way if you wanted to. Because it's like
movie stuff is like totally different.
It's like 80% photo manipulation.
And I paint most of it. Like when I do like the monster stuff, I paint most of it.
Right. But you start with like the initial renders and everything.
Yeah, like the Pacific Rim poster I put up is like a good amount of it's the model, but then I do like so much stuff on top of them. And then it all gets lost when I blow out the contrast.
Right.
That's mine.
I love when they do that.
That's the job.
A question in the chat for you. I don't know if I'm allowed to answer this, so I'm just going to let you handle it. Did you just do the one thing for Riot, Garen, or have you done others?
I don't know what's out. I know that Nocturne came out, the poster for him.
Okay.
I don't think anything else did. I'm not sure. You'd have to look at this store.
Yeah.
There's a store for them where my stuff gets put up. And I haven't checked it in a while. It's a cool job, though.
Are you still doing more for them?
I haven't in a while, just because I've been so not into it, and I don't want to do something for them that's shitty. It's
right.
like it's a kind of open-ended contract.
I mean, it makes sense.
So I'm just kind of waiting till it feels good to do it, and then I want to give them something cool. I They don't need it, you know.
But Dave, what about the Wu-Tang rule?
But I make money doing other stuff.
But
I make more money doing advertising.
but
Advertising is like all of my money.
yeah. It'd be cool if you could get some bigger stuff. I was looking at those Iron Man 3 posters in the theater, the 3 promotional ones. And I was like, they're like the ones they blew up huge, like him on the throne, Robert Downey Jr. kneeling with all the robots behind him. And I was like, these are really bad.
I mean, even so, though, there's nothing I could really do about that.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
I mean, it's not like the people have the worst intentions. Like, some people aren't that great, I guess. But at the same time, they're art directed like crazy. They're so important that you hardly really have a stake in it. Like, you can do your best in rendering and stuff, but, you know, it's kind of out of your hands.
Yeah, that's valid.
It's like I've heard that, you know, most of the stuff for Jack the Giant Killer, or whatever it's called, I heard that most of the concepts early on were like pretty sweet.
Yeah.
And then they just kind of got phased out and ended up with these really cheesy looking giants. And it's not like the concept artist wanted to do that.
Well, it's like, look at all the work that Justin Sweet and Vance Kovacs do for fucking everything that the studios don't use. All the Narnia movies, Snow White and the Huntsman, like, they don't use any of their designs, and they're so much better looking than the movies. Ben says, hey, what's up, Dave? For movie posters like The Last Supper comp on The Expendables, I remember you said they gave you like a photo collage to start with. Do you draw it from scratch? How do you approach doing the final painting when they give you something like a composite?
Well, those are different because that's photo manipulation. It's like for the other jobs that I was talking about, I usually paint a lot of it, like the monster stuff, because it doesn't exist. I have to paint it. If it's a photo thing like that, I put everything together. I have to make everything fit in the scene and work. You know, I have like a couple days to do it, so it's pretty crazy. And then the photos themselves don't even work. You know, like they're not even like sitting in chairs. Their bodies are all squished. It's like totally ridiculous. But the people that are doing it aren't like, you know, they're not like really good at fundamentals and stuff. They don't have the anatomy nailed and whatever. So I have to work with the photos, and most of it is just kind of like repositioning stuff slightly, and then, you know, just kind of painting an atmosphere, fixing whatever I can, which is real limited.
Broken limbs.
Yeah, and I have to match lighting. I have to paint in lighting for a lot of the characters because a lot of the photos are from different sets or whatever, different movies, and some of them are like really high resolution, and some of them aren't.
Yeah, like something you guys might not consider if you're thinking about this is that they don't have the actors come in and pose
they do sometimes.
Well, they do and they don't. But what I'm saying is, like, if you're doing something with a bunch of characters on it, there's a high chance that the photos that you're working with are from all different scenes, sometimes in different movies. Like Dave was saying, like, they could be all different resolutions, different light sources, different color, like, and you just have to kind of match it and make it work. It's really weird. I don't know. It's just really strange to think about.
Yeah, like it's a lot of making. I mean, it's just setting a scene, setting the light, and then rendering everything in it over the photos while trying to keep some sort of photoreal look to it, and keeping the likeness, because every single one of those, like that poster is kind of like a nightmare situation. I didn't have a ton of problems with it getting it done, but every single actor in that poster had to sign off on it.
Oh, so, I forgot about that.
Yeah, so it's like, you know, Expendables is just a shitload of people, and when I was working on it, I'd have to send it off early and get it to everybody. Their agents would look at it, and then the fuck is that stupid Skype ad?
Why is it doing that?
I don't know. But anyways, yeah, I'd have to like wait for them to get back to me and then make corrections on their faces. And I remember like doing Jet Li's face. They like kept telling me, you know, Jet Li doesn't like this or whatever, and it's just like so weird and complicated. But
That's annoying.
yeah, that's the other side of it where you're dealing with all these bad photos, you're dealing with time constraints like crazy, and then on top of that, you have to deal with the actors maybe not liking the way they look and trying to make them work in a scene they don't belong in while making them look like them is so hard.
Right.
And that's what it's like.
Didn't you have 3 days to do it?
Yeah, I had less than a week, I remember.
It's like a long weekend, I think.
Yeah, it was stupid. But I'm real like I think I'm like one of the only dudes who like gives a shit, which is weird.
I wouldn't even like Ben saying, okay, so you get a head start with the faces and then you just do tweaks. I wouldn't call it a head start.
Yeah,
I wouldn't call it a head start at all. I think if you started from scratch, you could get it done faster just using Google than the shit that they give you.
Yeah, I mean, like, you got, like, I can't even show the stuff, but it's like sometimes they mail me things and it looks like a serial killer send me, like, a ransom note.
Yeah,
Like, that's what the equivalent of, like, the collages are.
You ever see, like, that episode of The Office where Michael says he's somewhat of a master at Photoshop? It's that bad. It's, like, literally that bad.
Yeah,
Probably worse. It's worse than that, actually.
Like, saying you have a head start is, like, bringing it down a level because it's like the hardest fucking job.
Yeah.
Like seriously, you have no idea. Doing all of that in just a couple days, because I say 3 days, I'm also talking about getting the okay from everybody and dealing with all the actor stuff and whatever.
Other questions? Concerns?
Yeah, I mean, I'm down to answer questions about that stuff if you guys have any specific things, because I like talking about it.
Yeah.
I never get to talk about it. I've done so many fucking posters that just never gonna come out.
Okay, so here's a question that has several answers in several parts. Artists with strong background in fundamentals express the poor execution of posters done by other artists with less skill in fundamentals. Wouldn't the quality of posters increase if the competition of the artists doing the posters also increased? The short answer is yes, but there's a lot of reasons that isn't happening and hasn't happened.
Wait, so is he saying that
why aren't better artists working on posters is essentially what the question boils down to. Like, if we're all complaining about how bad posters look on Facebook and stuff, why aren't more of us working on posters?
Because you guys don't reach out to people? I don't know.
Yeah, because not a lot of... Okay, so I know a couple hundred people that do fantasy illustration. Almost none of them have ever put photo manipulation pieces in their portfolio to show people how good they are at merging photos and paintings. So because they've never done that, no one's ever going to hire them to do it. Because why would they? As far as they know, all you can do is stuff for Dungeons & Dragons because it's the only thing in your portfolio.
Yeah.
If you never put that in, you're never going to get those jobs. And most of us never put that stuff in because there's a stigma against using photos for whatever fucking reason. It's starting to go away, but for a long time it was like cardinal sin of concept art. I don't know why. But yeah, so none of us have that in our portfolio, so they're not going to hire any of us, essentially. I mean, people that get these jobs more often than not are graphic designers that are right out of college or have been working
Yeah.
for a couple years because technically it's an illustration job because you're making something that is defined as an illustration. But the people with the skill set to manipulate photos, use Photoshop, move things around, adjust things from scraps, that's a skill set that graphic designers have coming out of college now because schools have split the skill sets between illustration and graphic design as graphic designers really know how to use Photoshop and manipulate photos, and illustrators really don't get taught that much anymore how to do that. Some schools, yes, but most schools, no. So they end up hiring graphic designers because they think they're more proficient in Photoshop, and that might be true, but the thing they're not looking at is that they aren't more proficient at general image making. They might know how to use the tools more fluently, they might be better at color matching and stuff like that, but they don't understand composition, they don't understand human anatomy, they don't understand tangents, they don't understand placement, subconscious reads of shapes, things like that. Graphic designers aren't really taught that in schools anymore, far and wide. Illustrators are, but because illustration is less focused on Photoshop, you know, that's basically why.
Well, yeah, and the other side of that is that it's like, why aren't they getting hired? It's because the art directors aren't looking. They're not looking for, like what Dan was saying, they're not looking for painters. It's like they don't understand that that is something they need. Like, I tell them that. I'm like, you need people who can do what I'm doing, Like, you need more people that understand how to render this stuff realistically, because these graphic designer guys, it's like all they'll do is mismatch a couple of parts. It's like for something like Pacific Rim, like I worked on a lot of posters, and I'd see other posters that people were working on for the same thing, and so much of it was just like pieces of stuff combined because they can't paint it. They just find photos online of like a rhino or whatever, and just like add it to the monster, and it just ends up looking like just bad. It doesn't look like it belongs, and it's just because they don't know how to do that stuff. They don't paint, and when you say that, like, I had to go through this thing where they've been dealing with like the graphic designer people for so long, or I'm assuming this is why, but they've been dealing with these people for so long that when I told them that I was going to paint it, they were like, oh no, that's going to take too long, you don't need to do that, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, it's not going to take too long. And I just painted everything, and they were like, wow, you're so fast, and like, you get these deadlines, you're never late, like I'm one of the people that they're always saying, like, oh, we can trust you to get it in. And it's just because I understand, what we all understand, or what we were working for, It's like that skill set is just gone from that industry. So, yeah, anybody who can do that, they don't even, like, realize that it's possible. They don't understand that they could hire somebody for a deadline, and they could make it while doing, like, a final finished painting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they don't even get that that's a thing.
Yep.
Because the people that they ask to do it, I'm assuming, just can't.
But yeah, I mean, there's lots of reasons why more people aren't doing these posters.
But there's totally room, and you totally can do it. You just have to do it, basically.
Yep.
You guys just aren't doing it.
What would be like a thing to do for that? Like, to make a portfolio that would get you those kind of jobs, would you like have to take like a photo of a guy from Google, like let's just say Robert Downey Jr., and then use that photo and put him in like several things and make it look believable? Or like how would you, like, what would be the ideal submission for that? I'm just trying to think.
I would say putting together a I would show step-by-steps in my portfolio of what is what. I would show the original composite of everything, all the photos together.
Yeah, because if you're convincing, you want to show them what you fixed.
Yeah, what I'm saying is you combine all the stuff, you show them what's going to be what, and then you just put it all together, and like, you know, you put in a monster that's based on maybe like a 3D model or something. You put that in the image at first, and then you go over everything step by step and show them how you integrate it into the final composition, final image. And then they'll be able to see from that you have the ability to work on their stuff. Because otherwise, they don't know what they're looking at a lot of the time, especially if it's successful. If it looks really good, then they might not even understand that that was a photo composite.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would just do like before and after shots of concepts for posters with lots of elements that needed to be painted.
My friend Ian Crosby is in the chat. He says he's on his way here and he's on his smartphone in his car and he'll be here in less than 10 minutes. I will not let you in. I'm working. So, I love you, but I'm working. Even if you come here, I'm not in the same apartment I was in last time you were here, so you will not be able to find me. So, I don't know what you think's gonna happen. But, yep. I'm on the clock. My employer is watching this stream, or at least he was earlier. I don't know if he's still in here. And, I got work to do. I'm on the clock. If people want to hang out with me, they gotta give me more notice, because I don't really have a life anymore. I can't be spontaneous. I'm an old dying woman who plays bridge on the weekends. I have lasagna on Friday nights at the yacht club. My senior discount. This is my life. It's not that I don't want to hang out with people. It's that I'm completely broke and, yep.
So, did you make a separate portfolio for that kind of work, Dave? No, they found me because of all the Ninja Turtle portraits. They saw that I could do like all these textures and stuff on the monsters and whatever, and they liked it, and they were asking they wanted to run me on like a, you know, they wanted to like have me kind of start on something like that to see how I do with their deadlines. And it kind of just went from there. And then they asked me if I could do matte paintings and things, and I was like, oh, I love doing that stuff. And yeah, that's how I got started. It was just kind of lucky that they found me. Well, I mean, it wasn't luck because I fucking spent months on the Ninja Turtles. But yeah, it was from that. I got a lot of opportunities from that. I got everything from that.
Mm-hmm. So Peanut's saying a poster matte painting blood sport would be interesting. This is one of those things where every blood sport could be one if you wanted it to be one. Like the one we're doing right now, especially, could be a movie poster matte painting kind of thing. I mean, it has to be the cinema shot, so it has to be wide, but you could definitely make it a matte painting thing if you wanted to. Like, there's people are already doing it. Like, I put a thing up on the forum the other day. Forget who it was. If anyone in the chat knows, put his name up because I want to address it because it was a really good idea. Someone took like a shot of, I'm assuming it was themselves, might have been a friend, kneeling with like a gun, and they set up lights and stuff to make it work, like peering around a corner. Like they shot the image and set up their own lighting and painted around it and made themselves work in the image. That's a really great way to do this. You know what I mean? Like everybody could do that and learn from it. You could all practice matte painting, photo manipulation, merging things with your work. There's no reason you can't. So if you want to, do it.
Yeah, I mean, the blood sport is literally like you creating images for whatever jobs you want.
Yeah, each one, we make sure that each one can fit in whatever entertainment art portfolio you might be building.
Yeah, you can take it as seriously as you want. It's not, whatever.
Yeah. They all work for everything, basically. Oh no, Ben, you didn't come off as condescending. That wasn't what I was talking about. I didn't want you to I didn't want you to misunderstand and think that them giving you photos means more work was done for you. I was just trying to say that the photos they give you more often than not actually make it more handicapped. It makes it harder. I didn't think you were being condescending at all though. That's not what sorry if it came off that way. I'm pretty pumped for the judging with Brad.
Yeah.
He's a handsome man. Yeah, I mean, seriously, if you guys need an excuse to start practicing with matte painting and stuff like that, like if it's something you really want to do and you haven't, I mean, Brad Rigney's going to definitely at least look at all the work that we have for this contest because he's interested and stuff. I mean, if you get a runner-up, he'll give you feedback. So, I mean, if you need an excuse to do it, just use the contest. That's what it's there for.
Brad does matte painting too.
Yeah.
But I mean, matte painting is it's a staple of the industry. It's like if you want to work in movies and stuff, you need to know how to matte paint. If you want to meet any of these deadlines, you have to do it. It's not a question of like pride. Everybody does it.
Right.
Unless you're like Superman and you can do images in 10 minutes. It's because when it gets to that point, you're showing ideas any way you can. You need to get the idea across to the director and be like, this is my idea. And if it takes you, 10 hours to produce an image that's going to show off one simple scene that they might not like, then you're wasting time.
Right.
And you need to be able to show it instantaneously. So you need to know how to just put photos together to display whatever original idea you have.
I mean, a good way to think about it. Think about like posters by Drew Struzan. They're always like big composites of different scenes and characters from the movie put together in a really strong, striking composition with colors that really reflect the mood of the movie, and it works really well. If you were going to pitch posters to somebody and it was time sensitive, like they give you the assignment at noon and they need it by 3, like 3 hours to come up with something, and you had to get it out, what are you going to do? Are you going to go look up likenesses of the characters and try to make it look realistic in pencil from scratch? No, there's no way you can do it that fast. Are you going to make it look like shit and then write notes all over the page like, this is supposed to be Ben Affleck? Like, no, because then you look like an idiot. The easiest way to do it is to photo bash out your comp, send it, get it approved, and then make it look good if it gets approved. Because for all you know, the thing you're working on isn't even going to be what they go with. You know what I mean? Like, you got to start understanding that the timeline of that specific job market, it literally, what Dave was saying, it literally requires you to use photos. You have to do it.
And it's not like the director or people, art director or whatever is going to be like, you used photos. It's like they just want to get the fucking job done.
Yeah.
Like they don't care about ego, nothing. They're just like, we need to see this now. So definitely a good thing to work on if you haven't. Try it out. You learn a lot too that comes back into you painting. It's not just, an easy way out. You learn a ton. Like I've learned so much doing photo manipulations.
Oh, man. Nothing. I'm just trying to get the stuff my client wanted to see done with this so I can send it off. Hopefully I can push it to finish after this round of revisions. Move on to the next one, get my shields out of the way. Where do you get the photos, though? Let's say, for example, you had to do a sketch of Wolverine in a specific pose. Well, they'll probably provide you with photos if they have ones they want you to use. But if they don't provide you with photos, you could still easily find photos of the actor's face and then sketch out the body, stuff like that.
No, if you're working on posters, like if you're not talking about like you working on it at home, like for your portfolio, if you're more talking like having the job,
Yeah.
they have a whole, like every single one of these ad agencies has like a whole studio, and they'll do the photos for you. Like they'll get a guy who's like strong and have him do all the poses, and then find a face that works with it.
And then the other thing we kind of mentioned earlier, but just for emphasis, another thing that's pretty common, because so many movies are fantasy, sci-fi, digital now, they might give you unfinished 3D renders of things that are in the movie and tell you to make them look finished based on the low poly model.
They will give you that.
Yeah, it sounds really weird when I say it, but think about getting like a really low poly model of like a monster, and you have to look at it and figure out what it should look like when it's done, and then put it on the poster and paint over it with textures and stuff to make it look as photographically real as the actor standing next to it. Yeah. But it's from a low poly model, and that's all they give you is, oh, it's like a dragon thing. Here's something from Maya.
Yeah, and that's when you have to bring out your painting ability and be like, hey, good thing I can paint.
Dave, you want to talk real quick?
What's up?
I don't know why you can't hear Dave. The levels look good to me. I'm going to be a little bit louder because I'm not using a headset because live stream for Mac won't let me for whatever fucking reason. Okay, other people are saying they can hear him fine, so I don't know, it must just be you. Sorry about that. It's live stream's fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. But yeah, anyway, that's like my favorite thing is the low poly models. Like, here's an asset from the movie that we haven't even finished yet. Make it look finished on the poster. The poster will be done before the special effects for the film.
Yeah, it's really nuts. Like, I mean, a lot of it is done for pitch meetings.
Yeah.
Like I can talk about this now. Like I worked on the Hobbit, and I had to do posters with the wolves, and every single time I would get like reference, it'd be of like nothing because they couldn't actually get the images from the movie. There's something weird that goes on where they have to buy rights to use it, even though it's to advertise the movie, and it's this whole backwards system that doesn't make any sense. But I basically had nothing to work from, so I had to kind of like guess what the wolves were going to look like based on like previous, Lord of the Rings movie.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just crazy, and I had a couple days to turn it around, and they didn't even exist. Like the things that were on the poster were so unfinished, like you wouldn't believe it. Like these models, by the way, that they send you, a lot of the times they're not even from the movie. They're from the advertising agency you're working from. They make them in house. That they're not even like representative of exactly of what they're going to look like. So it's like so far removed, and then you do your pass on it and hope that it looks accurate.
Right.
It's pretty crazy, but yeah, those are the really hard jobs, stuff like that.
It's basically it's that scene from Iron Man 1. Tony Stark made this with a box of scraps in a cave.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, you have to basically be able to turn something that looks good out from a bunch of things that are complete shit. You have to have the quick tricks in Photoshop. I'm calling them tricks, but they're totally legitimate. But I mean, like, dropping textures, manipulating photos on top of 3D models, quick lighting solutions, all that kind of stuff. You have to be really good at those digital tricks. So you can take, a bunch of stuff that looks like total shit and very quickly turn it into an illusion that sells the idea very well.
Um, Howie, no, they don't give a shit. They honestly don't. Like, they're not really concerned with it looking the same. I think they just want to be able to bring the posters into a meeting and have them all get approved. Pretty much like, I mean, like even then though, like the movie posters that do come out, you can tell if you look at some of like the monster ones, they don't look like they do in the movie. Like look at some of the Pacific Rim posters that came out. If you look at the high res ones, I saw this one that was really really long that had like all the robots on it and stuff. The monster didn't look like the monster in the movie. Like it was a lot changed. Like mine is pretty close to what it looks like, but like I'd see other people's renditions of them, and I'm like, that's not it. Like that's not what it looks like. Like that movie's far enough along where it's not. It's no excuse to like miss the mark. But yeah, I don't think they really give a shit. Like marketing people are also very jaded because of what I've explained. It's like a nightmare job. If I had to do it full time, I think I'd lose my mind. Those guys go through hell.
Yeah. So, I mean, unless you're Mike Butkus,
He does comps though.
yeah, he's like power comp, man. And I mean, even his sketches take time, like his perfect Star Wars comp things.
Yeah.
Even the sketchy ones, to get the likenesses down the way he does and make the comps work. Like, you don't have the time he has working in this, so you still got to use digital.
And no, you can't see the wolf posters for Hobbit. They never came out. I've done like a ton of posters, and none of them come out. So it's hard for me to like ever really show anything for my job.
How's the Shovel Knight stuff coming along? Here it is. I'll pull it up real quick. I had to back burner it to get this logo I'm working on out of the way, but this one's, I don't know, like 70% done. I gotta finish a few things and nail the lighting down a bit more. But I'm doing the Polar Knight next, the Viking Eskimo kind of one. And I think they want it to look like one of the guys that works there, was. So might be waiting on photos of him, because I guess that's who they based it off of. So yeah, that's how it's coming along. This is one of those weeks where I have a bunch of stuff I have to get out this week. So I'm just kind of manic, not sleeping, working on 4 things at once.
I remembered how to paint today. I am flying.
I love overlay layers. I'm just going to go ahead and talk about how much I love them. I love nailing down values with overlay layers. But anyway, other stuff for us to talk about, guys. Feel free. Ask anything. Ask everything. I love spooky old skulls. I gotta put more shit on this skull so it looks older.
I met the dude who did the Iron Man sculpts for 3D for Marvel, and he was telling me about how he did like a sculpt for the Hulk and how that turned into a sideshow toy and stuff.
That must be awesome.
Like that must be the coolest feeling in the world.
Yeah, that must be wicked cool.
It's like my dream.
Can't even imagine having a sculpt of something you designed.
Yeah, I was talking to this dude. He was telling me about how he's like at Marvel, starting on like their new movies and doing his own project and working on like a side video game he's creating.
Jesus.
All this stuff at once. I was like, wow, some people are so crazy. What they can handle.
Yeah, how do you do that?
No idea.
How do I do that?
I'm gonna try and get that guy on for a talk.
Yeah, you should. Didn't
He's
he
like
say
one
he
of the
was?
head Marvel modeler guys.
Yeah, didn't he say he was like willing to?
No, I never told you about him.
I thought you told me some guy that worked on Iron Man wanted to come talk. Is that somebody
He's
else?
a different guy.
Oh, a different guy. Too many guys want to come talk to all you lovely people. Did you get any hairy questions when you were at Noman, Dave?
I don't know what you mean by Harry.
Keep talking, Dave. I'm going to use the restroom.
Alright. Mm-hmm. Sorry, guys. Without Dan, I'm just here.
I can
yell at you from the
bathroom.
Are you going to the bathroom with the door open?
Sure.
Gross.
So what up?
I'm just painting this job. It's coming along.
Nice.
I'm actually like a lot of the pixel stuff I've learned just in doing that kind of thing for a while has come through in my painting. It's kind of strange. I learned a lot. Learned a lot doing that. If you guys ever want to try pixel painting,
Yeah.
there's a limit on what you can have on live stream. A lot of it pretty much just gets deleted after a certain amount of time.
Did you put the stuff from the other day on YouTube?
No. Is that really Mike LaFleur?
In the chat?
Is
Maybe.
that really you?
Who knows? Could be. I feel like the person in here as Ian wasn't Ian, and that probably isn't Mike.
Okay.
But hey, I don't know.
Alright.
I feel really bad for the people in my old apartment if that was Ian. Because he's going to wake them up.
Do you have a question, dude?
Do I have a question? How do you live with yourself?
I mean...
How do you wake up every day and keep going? I mean...
It's hard.
I know it is. That's why I'm asking you how you handle it.
Try not to masturbate.
I don't know.
Doesn't always work out.
It rarely works out.
Yeah. Go for a long walk.
Is that
Down to the river.
Is that a metaphor for masturbating?
No. Literally go for a long walk.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go for a long walk. Get off live stream. masturbate, come back. Whew. It's really nice out. It's really nice out.
Saying it to myself in the mirror.
Yeah, just alone. It's really nice out. Oh, it's so nice out. I've got no questions because I'm not interested in things anymore.
There you go.
Because I want to die.
There you go.
You heard it here first.
You heard it here first.
Breaking news.
You heard it again on the news.
Breaking news. Are all jobs for movie posters really short deadlines? I'm going to say yes, David.
Yes. Like all of them are nightmares. It's like you don't want them to be that, but I've never had a job where they were like, you're free.
All of them might as well begin with, oh, hey, we forgot to ask you, ...
When I work for like an actual place though, like I worked for the dudes who were doing the new Doom when I did their advertising thing. Like that was really cool because it was just them, so I had a good amount of time working on it. That was like that, and I worked on a cover for a game that I can't mention that was a pretty decent amount of time. But movie stuff seems to always be that, just like crazy fast turnarounds.
Dave was the senior VFX artist on Naruto Shippuden Greater Ninja Battle 2K12.
Shooting.
Shipping chips and dip.
Yeah.
Naruto chip and dip. 20XX. I got invited to Anime Boston today, and I said,
Yeah, I would never go to that.
I'd rather just hang out with people after the event. I don't want to necessarily go to the event.
I'd never go to that.
I want to wait for people I know to come outside and then go, you want to get drunk? You want to get drunk?
Exactly. Who goes to that?
But Dan, fangirls dressed up in skimpy clothes. Are you implying that I have fangirls? Because otherwise, that's useless information.
He's saying you go there to look at women.
Oh! Alright. I'll be there in a full body pony outfit. Nobody will know it's me, but I'll know it's them.
I don't think what? You'll know it's them. What does that mean?
I'll see people I know, but they won't know that I'm the pony.
Oh, okay.
I'll be a serial killer.
Alright.
We're leaving, we left you something outside. Well, this is a huge building, so... Alright.
It's just a dead cat.
It's a huge building. I don't live in the apartment I used to live in. So if you're leaving it outside their door, please don't let it be like a fucking firework.
I hope he just gets shot through the window.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I love that.
That'd be good.
It's the sound of watermelon blowing up.
That would be good. Too soon, Alejandro. Too soon. Shame on you. Get out.
Ooh.
Get out. If they do find my apartment, joke's on them. I didn't take the trash out today. Smells like shit. Last night, I put all the rotten food in the fridge in the bag. And I went, this chicken expired yesterday. And then today I didn't take it out. Joke's on them.
Gross.
Joke's on me.
Yeah. You're the joke.
I hate taking the trash out here. Do you remember how tedious it is?
Yeah.
I put it off forever. You have to walk down this wicked long hallway and then go into a little tiny closet and then shove your trash bag into like a 1 by 1 foot square hole and hope it fits. And push it down the pipe. It's like the fucking worst.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's the worst because you get trash all over yourself.
Yeah.
The
It's
bag
like-
inevitably rips.
Yeah, it's guaranteed. No bag of trash has ever fit in that thing. So you get trash juice on you. It's horrible. Fucking worst.
Trash juice.
Yeah, it's true, Nusha.
What?
Nusha said there's lots of scary people in the chat tonight. I said, yeah. Yes, there is.
It's a haunted house.
Yes, there is. Do I want to talk about the new consoles coming out? No, because I don't know any games coming out for them, so I don't really care.
I think they're gonna revolutionize.
They're gonna
Period.
be better than the ones I have. I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna go, this looks better than it used to. Oh my god. I've never felt more like Sol Snake.
Snake Man.
I've never felt more like the Snake Man.
Much better name.
No, it's like there's nothing really to talk about. Like I'd talk about the new consoles, but like what do you talk about? There's really nothing.
Just asking.
Like if there's something I haven't heard, I'll talk about it. But as far as I know, there's just no real news.
I can make something up.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Please do that.
Did you hear about the PS3 4 gravity wheel?
The gravity wheel for the PS3 4? No, what is that?
You just turn it. It's like a steering wheel. It's a steering wheel.
It's a steering wheel?
I don't know.
That sounds really cool. So
It's
what?
for Gran Torino.
Gran Torino 5?
Yeah.
That's really good. I heard there's all kinds of cars in Gran Torino 5.
Yeah.
That's really cool. Fuck. That's so good.
Yeah, you turn the wheel.
That's so
And it
good.
flips the characters upside down in the game. So they call it
Whoa.
gravity wheel.
Whoa.
Works on any game.
Works on any game. You flip the game upside down.
Mm-hmm. It's a new thing.
Yes. I can't wait. I can't wait.
To solve puzzles.
It comes with Blick Block 4. It's the sequel to Blick Block 3.
You
And this-
rotate the blocks.
In this
the
one,
gravity wheel.
you got to flip the Blick Blocks around until they fit together.
Mhm.
Whereas in Blick Block 3, it was exclusively about the power slider, where it made everything turn into ice. You could slide the blocks on it.
Yeah.
You rubbed your hand across the tablet pad and went whoosh, like ice, and the blocks would slide. It was a really clever way to make me feel like it was real.
Mm-hmm.
put a fan in the back of the power slider because it was burning children. Would overheat and burn their skin off.
Got so hot.
They didn't understand how much processor it was.
You didn't put enough fans.
They didn't put enough process fans in it.
Uh-huh.
If you don't put enough process fans in your power slider, you can burn all the kids.
So,
Anything else to talk about?
you heard about the new Wii?
I own it.
Whoa.
The new one or the Wii U?
The new one.
The new?
The one that you have.
Oh yeah, I heard about it. I have it.
Do you like it?
Oh, I love it. I haven't turned it on since Christmas because there's nothing to play on it. So I guess I could play Assassin's Creed, but after you played it, I didn't want to
Yeah, it's not that great.
because you were like, "Get ready for mediocrity," and I was like, man. Nintendo Land was fun, except we didn't have 2 controls, so it wasn't fun. Yeah, I mean, nothing's really come out for it that I care about, so I haven't really played it. I should play that Rayman game I never played. I should just buy it and play it on the Wii U. Pretend it's
Didn't
new.
come out, did it?
No, it came out. Rayman Origins or Legends or whatever.
I thought it wasn't coming out till like August.
The old one. The 2D one that came out like 2 years ago, and it looked awesome.
Oh, I thought you were talking about that one they're releasing for the Wii.
No. I didn't even know there was a new one for the Wii U.
That's that one I showed you videos of.
Ooh, I
Where
kind
the colors look really cool and shit, and like that like fire world and all that.
Right. I didn't even play the old one.
Yeah, the
It's
old
not
one's
even-
sweet.
It's not even that old.
It's awesome.
I can't wait for the Capcom Dungeons and Dragons games to come out.
Yeah, that's a cool re-release. Lavisi's supposed to come back. Bring him on.
Come back?
He went away for some dinner or something.
Oh. Well, I mean, yeah, it's possible.
He said he wanted to talk.
I'm sure he does.
He said he's gonna be up all night.
Ask him why he's so rude to his fans. You'd be nowhere without your fans. Grow up.
I love the turn he took. It's my favorite.
It's the best. He had to.
Yeah, he gets it.
I'm going to go out on a limb and just say, this isn't even going out on a limb because it's 100% true. That stream interview we did with Dan Levisi, back when we used to read the chat, was the worst stream I've ever had to put up with in my entire life. It single-handedly made me stop reading chats for like interviews and stuff.
Yeah, it's like we used to have the chat that's, I mean, you have it here.
Well, here it's like, you know.
Random hours, and it's just people that we know.
Yeah, and I'm not Dan Levisi. I don't have like a DeviantArt cult of people that have been following my book for 5 years.
Right.
But yeah, we used to like take questions from the chat and stuff, but that was like, you know, we have like 150 people on a good day. Dan brought 550. So it was just like insane. Now we take the questions beforehand.
Yeah. Dan's chat has like constantly has like 300 people in it.
I would disable the chat if I was Dan's, just so I don't even have the option of reading it. I just would shut it off. Can you can do that, right? You can disable the chat.
I don't know.
I thought you could. Maybe I'm wrong.
I've never tried.
Yeah, if I had that many people coming regularly, I'd just shut it off.
I mean, I just don't read it for the most part when I'm painting. If I'm just like painting, you know, nonstop, I want to just get it done.
Right.
I'll look at it sometimes, but if somebody says something stupid, it's like I don't, unless it's so dumb that I have to ban them, where they're just being a troll.
Right.
But I don't read it otherwise, or I don't stop to deal with stuff, basically.
See, now I'm thinking
If it
that
is-
that really was Mike and Ian, and I'm wondering what the fuck they left, and if it's upstairs on the 3rd floor. Like, oh. I have so much more to do on this before it looks good.
Is Dungeons and Dragons a good imagination exercise? My roommates are trying to get me to play it.
I mean, try it, and we can't tell you what you like. So
I've never done it.
I've never played D&D. I've played other things when I was a kid, when I was like 12, that I guess were like it, but yeah, I don't know. Might as well try it and see if you like it. I just, I don't know, best ideas for stuff come to me when I'm not doing any art. When I'm like swimming and stuff, that's the best.
Yeah, when I go for walks, I bring like a notebook and just start writing shit.
Try turning, one thing I started doing when I can. If you find yourself looking at things and being kind of cynical about them, like movies and games and things, write down the reasons why you didn't like something you were looking forward to. And if it's different enough from what you thought it was going to be, all the things you thought it was going to be are yours. Those are your ideas now. So when I'm going to see a movie and I'm really pumped for it and I think it's going to be about something I'm really excited to see and it lets me down, that's all stuff that I can now do because I was really excited about those ideas and the movie didn't use them. You know what I mean? Like, try and turn that around.
It's a good idea.
I've been doing that a lot in my sketchbook. I'm not going to say with what, because then other people will do it, and I'm going to put it up soon anyway. But, yeah, I mean, that's what I've been doing lately to try and get something out of that. I don't like being cynical. I just kind of end up being that way lately. But yeah, try turning it around, at least. It's tons of stuff that you can use. Like, I heard people, weirdly, I heard people complaining about the art direction in BioShock, and I thought it was, like, perfect. But they were all complaining about how none of the stuff in the game looked the way they thought it was gonna, and it was way less cool than they thought it was gonna be, and oh my god, it was so stale, and how come they didn't take more design risks, and I thought this was gonna happen, and it never did, and this could have been cooler. And I was like, well, instead of doing that, you could literally take all the things you were expecting to happen and do them yourself, and have a portfolio full of ideas that you think are better than that AAA game's ideas. Those are all yours now. But people don't think about it that way.
And it's a good way to do it. Like, I always think about that kind of stuff, but not in that way exactly.
Mhm.
I always think like, like whenever I feel myself waiting for something,
Mhm.
I do it first.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty much what it is. It's not just in games or whatever, and like even in I don't know, like even if you're trying to like get something out of like a certain kind of music, like if there's like a vibe coming from a certain kind of music, like try and get that in art before somebody else does, like kind of like a trend.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it.
Well, it's like every time somebody begins a sentence with, I don't know why someone doesn't just.
Yeah.
you're automatically one of the people that isn't doing that thing you're waiting for somebody else to do. So why not just fucking do it? I mean, to the extent of your ability with what you're doing. Like, I wish, like, why doesn't somebody just make this game? And I rant about it for forever. It's like I could do all the concept art for that and see if it gets popular online. I could like pitch the idea and put it out there and see if people contact me. You know what I mean? Like, you can do tons of stuff, and if it's a good idea, it's gonna resonate with somebody.
Yep.
I should dig up the sketches I did when I was in college after I saw the Thor movie. I was like, that is not what I wanted that to look like. And I like did a bunch of rough pen sketches of like what I thought the costume should have been. But yeah, that's like all stuff. A lot of it's timing too. Like if I had done that, like if I had any kind of ability back when I saw that movie, I didn't at all. If I did, and I saw that come out, and I was like, well, I didn't like the way it looked, and I did it really like I did it to an extent where I thought it looked like it should have, and I put it online. It probably would have gotten big because it's popular, it's topical, it's current, and there's probably other people that felt the same way. So I mean, a lot of that stuff, if the timing feels right, you can get a lot out of doing those kind of exercises.
You can also do cool stuff where you can just say like this is concept art for it, but they didn't use. You just lie,
Oh right, yeah.
and that works as a publicity stunt as well. My dog is sitting next to me, wagging her tail while I'm trying to work, and it's impossible to resist.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
It's just weird things where like I remember things nostalgically because we all do. It's like human nature. And then I go look at the thing that I'm remembering and it's not what I thought it was. And instead of being mad about that, lately I've been like, oh wait, but I own that because that's what I thought it was, and it's not what it actually was. I'm remembering it way cooler than it actually is because I was a kid. So like here's an example. Like I was like obsessing over this. Like my cousin had like Nintendo Power magazine when I was a kid, and I didn't have any magazines. And there was like one cover for a game, and I was like, oh, that was the coolest thing ever. I remember looking at it and copying it and tracing it as a kid and hanging it up, and like it was like the coolest image ever. And then I went and I found it online because I remembered loving it so much as a kid, and it was complete shit, and it looked nothing like the way I thought it did. And for like a split second, I was disappointed, and then I was like, wait, I can just do what I thought it looked like, and it's way better than what it was, and people are probably going to like it. And like it's a great way to get out of a slump if you can't think of anything to work on.
And that's what Skull and Shark is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I feel like if you're going to whine about something, the follow-up question has to automatically be, okay, well, what are you doing about it? You don't have the right to whine about it unless if it's something art-wise, because we're all working in art. It's like if you're going to complain about it and it means that much to you, what are you doing about it? Like, what are your argument should be an image. You should put something out there to balance, what it was versus what you thought it should be. Because that's way better than just being like, fucking sucked. I didn't like the way you did it. It's like, do an image for it. People will love it.
Yeah, I used to do that all the time. Like that's how I started out, like doing publicity stuff. Was that same exact reason? And I started like finding companies that were just not companies, just people that were starting out doing stuff. Like when I first saw Super Meat Boy, I was like, oh, that should be this because that'd be funny. Like, and so I did like that poster for them. I did like a thing of Super Meat Boy, and it's just like if you do the thing you're thinking of right away, and actually like share it,
Yeah,
chances
exactly.
are you'll get something out of it. I mean, like it's the same difference.
I'm just doing exactly what Dave did with Super Meat Boy with Shovel Knight now. I was just like, what if it's Dark Souls Super Serious Shovel Knight? And then the day after I put it online, the company was like, hey, let's be friends. And I was like, oh. I love the internet.
Instant connection.
Yeah, and John in the chat, that is how Marco got his Marvel work and how he became super famous. Was he just did, here's what I think the X-Men should be because I'm bored of the yellow suits, and then he got his job like a month later. But yeah. If you have an argument and you're passionate enough to argue about it with something design related, just do it. You know, it's like, why are you arguing about it? You're working as a visual artist. You could just show me.
Yeah, I like doing the nostalgia test.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
just being like, what is it? What am I remembering? And then just don't look at it. Just kind of
yeah.
do what you think it was, and then look at it.
Yep. I love that stuff.
I mean, that's the same thing that we kind of talk about why it was cool back in the day to do like covers for like Nintendo games,
Yeah, exactly.
because it was totally open to interpretation and it was whatever you thought it was.
Yeah, it's like that gauntlet challenge we did back when Blood Sports was like a brand new thing.
Yeah.
That can literally be anything. All those can literally be anything.
Yeah, it was like PK Mike's idea. It could be its own thing.
Yeah, that was so cool. There's still images from that I think about pretty frequently. Like that one that looked like a Justin Sweet painting with all the dudes on the hill. All the really cool armor designs. Like, I still go back and look at that image a lot. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really have a problem with being in a slump anymore because of this. I have like literally stacks of like just unkempt paper next to my work desk of sketches of just things that I used to be into that I want to work on at some point. So it's like I'm never looking for something to work on. I'm either doing client work or I'm doing personal work. I have no problem coming up with ideas anymore because there's too many things that I want to do. Like, it's when you start thinking about it that way and doing the stuff we just talked about, you're going to come up with a huge list of stuff.
Yeah, I remember the first time I ever did that was I was looking at Kavinsky's like MySpace profile just years ago, and I was looking at I was just looking at like his images and stuff, and I was like, somebody ought to make this like a Sega Genesis game, because that's what it feels like to me. Like, it should just be a Sega Genesis game. And then I just did a cover for him for a Sega Genesis game.
Mm-hmm.
And then that got me talking to Kavinsky. And that was, like, crazy, because I hadn't done anything at that point. That was, like, my very start of my whole career.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it just came from that, of being like, what if this were what I was thinking?
I mean, it's like Chris said in the chat. Yeah, basically, you take your cynicism and you turn it into creative fallback. I mean, I don't think. See, this is the thing is I don't think there's anything wrong with cynicism if it's the first step in a 3-step solution. I think being cynical is totally fine and totally valid if the outcome of that cynicism is you're going to work really hard to develop something better and then put it out there and have other people see and resonate with it. If it's just cynicism to be cynical, yeah, that sucks. But if it's the first step in a solution, a little formula to get yourself going, if it's like creative drive to do it better, you can always do something better. Like, if that's the mentality, then yeah, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with being cynical if it comes from a place of this can be done better. There's a higher standard you can hold this to. I don't think there's anything wrong with being cynical if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with being cynical in general. It's like, I have criticism on everything.
Yeah.
But only because I'm really passionate about it. It's like, I love the things that I love, and when I feel like something has potential and it misses the mark, in my opinion, it's like, I want to do what I can to hit the mark. I
Right.
want to see if my idea was better, and then I'll try and do it and see how people respond to it.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No. That's the thing. If it's part of a process, it's actually a good thing.
Yeah, like people always kind of like shit on that when you like start to like be overly critical of something, and it's like misinterpreted as you being grumpy or whatever, and it's
Yeah.
not. Well, it's like I just really, really wanted something that didn't happen.
And then the other thing is, I mean, like, we are all like inherently creative people because we do what we do for a living. You have to be to do this. So we're inherently more cynical than most people because we constantly have to look at our own stuff in comparison to the competition and break down the pros and cons. So we're wired from the get go to look at work and break it down and be cynical because we always have to get better because we're freelancers or illustrators, and there's always somebody better than you half your age. It's just you have to be cynical about your own work so that bleeds into other things. So like we're wired for critique at any given point. If you see a movie, you're going to crit. If you see artwork, you're going to crit. When something pops up on Facebook, somebody drew, you're instantly looking at the pros and cons, the flaws and the things they did really well. You're instantly going, what can I learn from this? What can be done better? What didn't they really hit that I can use in my work? You know, like, a big part of inspiration is being cynical. Because you see something and you're like, oh, that makes me want to do this. Because that either did nail it or didn't really nail it. Or my stuff isn't there yet and it could be. There's something not being good enough at the root of inspiration, always. It's weird to think about, but there's nothing wrong with it. I'm tired of people saying there's something wrong with it. If you're a creative person and you do creative stuff for a living, you have to be cynical, because it's the root of everything we do. You can't not be cynical and have a good portfolio, because you have to have really rigid standards. Like tons of things have to not make the cut. 95% has to always be obsolete and not good enough to get anywhere doing this. You only have to use the top 5 cream of the crop. The second you let that go, your career starts to die doing this. So like that passionate kind of cynicism to improve is a really good thing. I don't know, it's weird to think about. And it's weird. I always have people that are like, why can't you just enjoy something? And it's like, I want to enjoy it more. Like, I enjoyed it, but it could have been so enjoyable. It's like, it's not that I hate it, it's that I could have had such a good time if they did these things differently.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about storyboards? I've only done storyboards once, and I fucking hated it because I wasn't good enough at drawing in perspective. And it was just like doing math. That's what it felt like. It felt like doing word problems in math class or like long algebra. I was like, oh, the angles and the body turning and it was like everything had to be really correct to do a good storyboard. Because I was young and I had no idea what I was doing, so I didn't enjoy it. I might enjoy it more now. I don't know. How do you feel about it now, Dave? You're doing Skull and Shark and stuff.
Well, storyboarding for myself is fine. It's a shitload of money in it if you're doing like advertising and stuff. I don't do it, but maybe I'll get asked to after doing Skull and Shark. Who knows?
Yeah.
I know Coro does it, and he likes it. Like what's like the front of the question?
How about storyboards? Ever done those type of jobs? I think just general, like, what do you think about them?
Yeah, the only one I ever did was just traumatizing. I worked for Kill Switch Engage on Holy Diver.
Oh yeah, you did, and then they didn't even use your storyboards.
They did. Like all the shots are there. I mean, they're pretty
just
much exactly the same. They just made it.
lame.
They just made it like a silly, goofy
Yeah.
giggle fest.
Here's Jay. He's dressed as a wizard. Isn't that fucking hilarious?
It was just like super lame.
Yeah.
And I love Dio, so I felt like I raped Dio.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, we took like a comic class with this old Marvel guy, Nick Dragata, in Boston, and that was like intro to storyboarding for me. But he didn't really teach us how to do anything. He was just like, "These are comics. Do a comic," and I was like, "Oh, this is so hard." Had no idea what I was doing at all. Stole lots of stuff from lots of other comics and hoped nobody would notice. Which is like half of learning anyway. Now I realize that. Back then I didn't. But everything's either gotta be absolutely correct or you have to be really good at making the illusion of no mistakes. That's the thing, is like when you're doing a storyboard and it has to flow. You either have to be spot on everywhere or you have to be really good at covering things up creatively where the people don't really notice that
Well, I
it's not
mean,
there.
that's not totally true though. I mean, like a lot of storyboards that are done are just done by like the director and stuff, and they're just like total shit.
Oh yeah, I mean I'm talking about artists doing them. I'm not talking about just like placeholder cards.
Yeah, it's like they don't have to be like super crazy.
Yeah.
Like you don't have to go nuts on them. Like a lot of times they're not even like, there's no color or anything.
Right.
Most of the time, it's like it's not too nuts.
But yeah.
It's a lot of work though.
Yeah, it is a lot of work.
And you got to understand how cameras work.
I feel like it's one of those things where you just got to understand movies. That's like everything.
I watched Ian McKegg's thing that was at the workshop I was at. He did a whole thing on storyboards, and all his stuff was just like pencils. All his boards and just like loose pencils. It was pretty sweet, but I don't remember everything he said because he talks like a million miles an hour.
Do we work on Syntax or tablets? We both work on the Intuos 4. I like drawing on my Cintiq, but I got a first generation one, so it doesn't have correct color. So it's really only good for sketching.
Yeah, they're not very vibrant.
Yeah, they're really, really dull. The colors aren't calibrated. It's really, really bad for color, but the drawing is still good. Before you even ask, the 24 HD is awesome. I would recommend trying it before you get one if you're thinking of getting one. Sometimes they have them at Mac stores. I've seen them. But yeah, they're really cool. I've only used one once, but it was really cool. It's calibrated and the colors all look good, and it's way better than the old ones. But they're like $2,500, and yeah.
You don't need one.
You don't need one. It's just kind of like a nice thing to have. It's like a sports car. You can get to work without one, but it's something to it. If you're like me and you have a very average penis size, get the Cintiq. It'll make you feel huge and impressive.
That's right.
I lean out my window while I work on it, and I go, "Hey ladies, look how much money I spent on this drawing peripheral. Bet you want to fuck me now." Look how sleek it is. Colors are calibrated. Calibrated. Yeah. Yeah, I always get jealous when I see those studio shots of like dudes that have the 24 HD on the swivel thing. So they can like swivel it in front of their computer and like look at their monitor while they're drawing on their fucking Cintiq and then swivel it out of the way. It's like, it's like flying a fucking spaceship. It's like you're not even drawing anymore. You're like Idris Elba on that ship from fucking Prometheus. It's like, what are you doing? I might just get a huge TV for like no money. Like one of those like big TVs for like $450 that works as a computer monitor and just use it as like reference. I don't need calibrated. Just mount it on the wall and put my work computer underneath it. I don't know. I saw that's Jason's setup, and I was like, this is kind of cool.
Mm.
Having like a huge monitor on the wall and then your main computer under it. They always look weird though. They're like too sharp.
Yeah, they have like that super sharpness.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
It's really weird. It's like incandescent sharp. You shut your eyes and you see all this stuff. Solar flare. Where did you guys... I don't even know if you can hear me. I'm just going to type.
What?
Mike's saying they left something outside and I should go grab it. And I'm saying security probably already grabbed it because they make rounds every 15 minutes. It was dirty out front somewhere. That's like all of New Bedford. It was dirty as a non-descriptor for the town I live in. I live next to like a landfill / garbage dump / swamp. It was dirty as like everything. There's like sailors out there that shoot heroin named like Crispy. that I've met.
Oh, yeah, what was his name?
Crispy.
Yeah, what was like his... Was that his full name?
Yeah, he just said, call me Crispy. And then when I left, he was like, I'm Crispy, by the way. And I was like, oh yeah, I know. You're drunk, but I know. Yeah, I called him a cab. He was wandering around out there, and he didn't look homeless. And I was like, what are you doing? And he was like, my car broke down. I don't know where I am. I just got off a boat. And I was like, yeah. And he was like, yeah, I'm a fisherman. This is New Bedford, right? And I was like, yep. And he's like, my name's Crispy. And he was like really old. Like really old. Kind of looked like Rocky's trainer guy.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. So then I called him a cab, and he was like, I don't have any money. And I was like, I know. Here's some money for the cab. There's a 7-Eleven down there. $5 is enough. You can call the police or whatever. Tell them to meet you at the 7-Eleven. He's like, you're a good guy. I'm Crispy, by the way. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, going on real life RPG adventure.
I know. I'm Crispy, by the way.
Getting a quest.
Then I get a phone call in my 30s. Crispy's a millionaire. I never forgot the day you helped me out there. No, yeah. Crispy was a cool guy. Oh, hey, Trevor Schuler from the Beastmasters contest who did the hog wearing the man armor is in here.
Nice.
Awesome, dude. That was really cool. That's I mean, I know I said it in the judging, but I've literally never seen that. I've never seen the animal with the man armor and then the man with the animal armor. That was really cool. If Crispy shared his millions with me, would I still do art? No. Are you kidding me? You fucking joking. I'd like maybe sketch in a sketchbook casually from time to time, but fuck doing this. I'd be a millionaire and I'd know Crispy. I'd travel the world with him. He could show me all the ports of call he used to frequent. I really want to know how he got the nickname Crispy. Should have asked him that.
Burned a man alive.
Yeah, I'm like wondering. Either he was burned, he burned someone else, it's short for some sweet name like Crispin. Like, or like it's some term I've never heard for doing drugs of some kind. It's like one of those. It has to be.
Maybe it's just a crispy old sea dude.
Or his name's like Steven Krispinski or something. Like, crispy. It's probably something stupid like they were fishing one day and he didn't wear suntan lotion and his skin peeled off, so they called him Crispy. Something really fucking boring. I got a sunburn. They called me Crispy. Oh, man. So, yeah.
Mike says he's bringing Sega games and we're coming back. We'll be outside soon.
No, I don't even have a Sega. Where's that? Oh. I'm not gonna get off my computer and clean my apartment and have company over at 3 in the morning. That's what I'm not doing, I'll tell you that. The big risk of coming over uninvited is that you don't get to come in. This is still part of my workday because I woke up at 5.
Yeah.
My body doesn't understand yet that the weather's nice enough to merit waking up. My body still thinks it's winter. Even if they're trolling me, weirder things have happened, so I'm just gonna keep pretending they're serious, because weirder things have happened.
Yeah, I don't even think they're trolling you.
No, I don't either.
Like, that's not funny.
Like a month ago when someone...
Like, if it were funny, I would
Yeah.
say, yeah, they're trolling you, but it's not funny, so they're not trolling you, they're coming.
Well, a month ago, someone came into my apartment, and I said, hello, and then I heard them leave. I told that story on here. Yeah, that happened, so I don't, I just believe everything now, because anything could happen. Many things have happened that I didn't think could happen. Yeah, someone just came in and woke me up, and I heard my door shut, and I was like, who's that? And then they heard the door shut again, and I was like, oh, that was a thief. Like, that was a thief or senile old woman.
Dodged a bullet.
Yeah, something bad happened. And then I ordered a sub last week. I think I talked about this on here. I can't remember. And I was like, oh, you got a pen for the slip? And the delivery driver was like, nah, I don't got one. And I was like, I'll go grab one, hold on. And I shut the door. And I went to get a pen. And then when I turned to go back, he had opened the door and was just standing behind me in my apartment. And I almost punched him. just instinctively, I like flinched like I was gonna hit him, and I was like, "What the fuck, dude? You don't, you don't do that. Like, you just don't do that." Can you even imagine doing that? Like, we both delivered stuff.
No.
Just like, oh, they shut the door. I guess I'll enter their apartment and stand behind them. It's like, no. You're a fucking murderer.
I was gonna say, you could have got that dude in crazy trouble for that, but then he'd know where you live.
Yeah.
He'd come kill you. He just let himself in. that was him. He came back, opened the door.
Yeah. I probably should have called this boss. We got the best security guy here. He's awesome. He scares the shit out of me like 5 times a week. He, we get this huge parking lot in front of the building. It's like huge. He parks a different car in a different spot every night and sits in it wearing all black and watches the front door. So I never have any idea where he is. So I'll go out to get in my car and get something. He'll be like, "What's up, man?" And I'm like, "Oh, God. It's like 3 in the morning, dude. What are you doing?" And he's like, "Just watching the door." And I'm like, "What? You're so good at your job." Like, like God.
Wiko. Stop being cute.
This week I want to go outside and be alive.
She's like, "Why are you painting that? Look at me, I'm over here shaking my butt." Wiko, I'm sorry. I'm just really close to being done.
Gotta make that cash.
Just gotta get a ton of shit done this week. Like, I have so much stuff to do. It's nuts.
Gotta make that cash, Waco.
Oh shit, I forgot to get her food.
Oh, are you out?
She ran out of food yesterday, but I gave her like some chicken and stuff.
Yeah, just give her more chicken.
No, I cooked all of them. Mike, hey, we're here.
I'm not coming down. I already told you. I'm not even in the same building. I don't even know if they can hear me, or if it's just text. Yeah. Oh, this Viking, man. Yeah, I've got like 5 things I gotta get done before Friday. The last thing I'm doing. Dude, seriously. My apartment's shit. I'm crazy busy. I gotta get this shit out. I'm not coming down. Sorry. It's your own fault for coming here without calling me. I don't feel bad. Sorry. If this means we're not friends anymore, I don't give a shit. It's your own fault. I have to get this out to my client in Germany before the sun comes up. I don't give a shit.
There you go.
I would love if they pooped on a car while my security guy was hiding out there. Please do that. Please do exactly that.
Oh man, I don't miss it.
Yeah, right? And you've been here. I haven't been here in a long time. This is like straight up Carver shit.
Man. Happened the last time I was there.
Let's not give him the choice. Let's just show up. If we ask him to hang out, he's going to say he's too busy, because he is. So let's not ask him and just make him do it. Because fuck his financial well-being. He's our friend. We don't give a shit. Do I ever use the smudge tool? No, I don't know how to use it. I see people using it, but I don't really understand like how they do what they do with it. I could like take time off and learn it. I just haven't done it yet.
No, I never used it. I don't know why.
I don't know how to do the magic Rigney smudge.
So Mike can't even hear this.
I don't know. He said he's on a phone. Maybe it has volume. Maybe it doesn't. If you can hear this, respond, I guess. But I'm assuming it's just text. Mm-hmm. Isn't it weird that I've never once signed up for eHarmony and I get emails from them all the time?
It is weird.
And every single time I'm like, don't send me any more emails. And then the next day it's like, are you sad and alone? Do you want to be less alone, but probably still sad? We got tons of people. We got tons. No, please don't send me any more emails. Alright, okay, alright. Hey, what's up? All alone tonight? I love the ones that get to the point in the title because they know you're not going to open it, where it says, "Scientists have proven that women are more lonely in summertime," and you're like, no. No. Like making you read it without opening it. Fucking worst. I know, it was like in February I got that one that I think everybody gets where it's like Valentine's Day is coming up. Check out who's going to be all alone. Check it the fuck out. It's going to be great.
I know somebody who met their girlfriend on one of those sites.
I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm just saying they push it so hard.
I was just saying in general. Wasn't arguing.
This is where I asked Mike.
Surprising.
Was he black and physically fit? It's my security guard. Jesus fucking Christ.
That doesn't sound like Mike.
No, it doesn't.
At least not the Mike I remember. Would never run away from a dude.
Yeah. I like that these are the stories we've told about Carver, and now you all get to witness it.
If it's real. It's real in a way.
Yeah.
Even if it's not.
Even if it's not. It's real enough.
It's the other kind of real.
That's what Carver does. Makes you question what counts as real. There you go. Sorry, people in my chat. Crimson Daggers, a place for professionals. A place for professionals. A place for ethanol. Yeah, that security dude's gonna call the police.
Just need to get my truck back and do some swampy shit.
Yeah, I got no idea.
Yeah. means he doesn't know I'm here.
See, this is the thing. I know they can't hear me. Maybe they can. But this is the thing. I'm going to explain this to them tomorrow if I talk to them. If I let them in... See, this is the thing. It's like dealing with a 4-year-old. Okay? This is going to sound insanely mean, but it has to sound insanely mean. If I tell them not to come here, and they come here, and then I tell them I'm not going to let them in, and they still come here, and they say let us in, if I do that, I'm telling them they can do it anytime they want for the rest of my fucking life. And they will. I'm sorry, but no. It was a waste of your time. It's a waste of my time. I'm sorry you're acting like 4-year-olds. But if I let you in now, you're just going to do it again. It's like that horrible scene in a movie. Come outside, dude. Stop being gay. I'm studying so I can get into college. Fuck that. What, do you think you're better than us? Yo, man, when did life become about fucking grades and fucking...
Just reminds me of when I started trying to do stuff. Everybody did that to me.
Here's how it works. I had a friend call me over the weekend and they said, hey, can you come down tonight? And I said, well, no, I'm busy tonight because I'm on a deadline, but we could hang out tomorrow if you're available. And they said, you know, it turns out we are. Why don't you come down? We can get a meal, maybe see a movie. We went and got some nice tasty seafood, hung out at their house for a couple hours, saw Iron Man. It was a very good time. Worked on both of our schedules. I went home, and it was a very good thing. Worked out very well, very professional and considerate.
I want to make fun of you for talking like that. You idiot.
Trying to talk like one of those info videos you used to have to watch in like home ec. You know the ones I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all that was.
Just started to hate you.
That was the point.
I know, but...
Because this is so fucking stupid that I have to be that guy.
Still hate you.
It's okay. I hear stuff outside, and I'm assuming it's them, but I'm not going to go look, just in case they're looking. This is like a horror movie. Oh, that is them.
What is it? So wait a second. They went to shit on a car. A guy chased them. They have to hide now. And he can't go out of there because the dude's out there.
Dude, they're hiding in the crack alley next to the building. You remember the crack alley between the two?
Right.
Yeah, they're hiding out there where the dumpsters are. And he wants to walk over to the landfill to get his fucking truck, but he's afraid the security guard's gonna see him.
Ian was taking his pants off and he came at us. Horrible.
Then you earned this, is my response.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's way funnier for me to know you're out there and that's why you're hiding. So why would I help you? That's like awesome. I'm gonna call this stream "The Darkness Stares Back." Also,
It's a good plan, though. Taking a shit on the car.
he came at us is such an insane description.
Is it though?
Could mean anything.
It's.
Could be anything.
They came to take you back.
Yeah, I think I hear them hitting the dumpster. I think that's what it is. Like, dude, call your security guard and tell him to back down. We were trying to take a shit in the lot that he's paid to take care of. Like, I don't want.
It's just my friends. They take shits on cars.
I don't want my building security to know that I'm friends with people that do that. That makes me look bad. That means they're not going to trust me when I go outside, because I'm going to be that guy whose friends they had to fucking deal with. So no. Why would I do that?
Because you're a cool dude.
Oh, hey, please don't do your job. I know that guy. Sam is here now. Sam, if you're just joining us, let me explain. Some friends came on the live stream in the chat from Carver, the town I grew up in, and they said, "Hey, we're on our way to your house. We'll be there in 10 minutes." And I said, "Well, if you had asked me, you'd know that I can't hang out. So turn around. Don't come." And they said, "No, we're coming." And I said, "Well, I'm not going to let you in." So then they came, and I didn't let them in. So then, as payback for me not letting them in, they were going to take a shit on my car, because haha, that's great. So then they were pulling down their pants to take a shit on my car, and my security guard saw them and came at them. So then they ran into the crack alley between the buildings that I live in, and my security guard lost them. And now they are asking me to call my security guard and call him off, because they need to get back to the truck that they can't get to without walking through the parking lot that he is looking for them in. So, welcome to 3:20 in the morning in Plymouth County, Massachusetts.
I know, it's so late.
You're here. So yeah. Welcome to that. Yeah, that's what I said. I'm not gonna. Why would I call my security guard and be like, "Oh no, it's cool. My friends were just trying to take a shit in the parking lot you're paid to take care of." Dude, it's fine.
Why can't you just be cool about this?
Because I'm not cool.
Well, I meant to the security guard.
Oh, right. Okay. Thought you were talking from their point of view. Why can't you just be cool, man? The sentence, Sam, word for word, was, "Ian was taking off his pants and he came at us." So...
I didn't think Mike was even still around.
I didn't either, and I didn't think he did stuff like this.
Me neither.
What happened to you, Mike? This is below you.
Still around as in, like, not in jail or something.
Yeah. Still around as in nobody took his life from him. Like half the kids we grew up with. So what you're saying is I can save this stream, put it on YouTube, upload it to Facebook, and tag both of them in it.
I wouldn't.
Just saying I could. And then everyone they know could listen to it. It'd be like an intervention.
It wouldn't.
No, it wouldn't.
What are you serious? Like, what?
Just thinking about how much realer it is.
It'd probably just be with people laughing. That's it.
Ah, God.
Or have you forgotten?
I have forgotten. That's a nice thing. Drag me back into it. So,
Yeah. The last time I was living with Dan, they came for me. You remember that day? Were you even there?
No, I don't think so.
Damien and Mike came.
What did they do to you?
How come you don't do shit anymore?
That's the one.
I'm like, what? Like, blow up cars. What do you want?
Come on, dude. Why don't you do shit anymore? Oh, God. It's way too easy to be mean right now. I like how real this is. They're literally outside my apartment and I'm not letting them in or helping them.
I'm trying to shit on your car.
Yeah. Yes.
Come on.
Also that.
I told them about the security guard. Still did it.
I'm not talking to him because I don't want him to know I'm friends with you.
He's gonna be like, how old are they? Oh, they're men?
Oh, they're fully grown men.
They're men shitting on cars?
Fully grown men.
Oh, forget it. Fuck them.
So wait, you want me to tell the landlord that you have friends that came over and then you wouldn't let them in so they shit on a car and you know them and you know them and they're your
Please
friends?
leave them alone.
I don't want my name anywhere near this.
Let me just tell them to create a diversion. Throw some rocks. Where are they hiding? Like, how are they hiding? I don't understand. We're posted up in a dumpster.
This is probably like Brock, and they aren't even here.
Yeah,
This is probably.
I mean, like, I kind of don't believe it.
This is probably Damien and Brock.
It's still entertaining either way. Like, it's not crazy enough to not be real. It's like you'd have to say something.
I mean, what I could do, I could just call my security guard and say, hey, were there kids outside trying to take a shit on a car? And then go, oh, I don't know them, don't let them in.
Otherwise, you're just providing us with like a virtual reality experience of something that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, if this is trolling, it's like the lamest form of trolling, because like it's such a non-event.
It could really happen.
Yeah, this is like something that has happened. But Yeah, I could just call my security guard and say, "Oh, don't let them in."
Or just ask him what's up. Just say, like, I got a call from somebody that I don't want in.
Yeah.
I didn't know if they were out there.
Yeah, he's like a friend of mine.
You could solve this.
Did you? I think you've even met him.
Probably.
He used to like come up when I would have like parties forever ago, and he'd be like, "You got a noise complaint," and I'd be like, "Well, we're playing Mario on my wall with a projector. Do you want to come in and have a beer?" And he'd be like, "Yes." He's like a cool dude. I'm not gonna go down there and do this.
I'm just saying you can figure out if this is even actually happening right now.
I think it is because I hear noises outside, and I'm assuming it's them yelling because I don't normally hear these noises.
Yeah, it is past 3 a.m.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's them.
In that case, I love that they're hiding in a dumpster.
I mean, even if they are outside, I don't think they're hiding in a dumpster. I think they already left and they're trolling at this point.
I want them to be hiding in the dumpster, though.
We can just say it is. I could just look out my window and see if the security guard's walking around. Because if he is, that means he's looking for somebody. But then they might see me in my window.
Well, who cares?
Because then they'll know which apartment I'm in.
Yeah, they're gonna break in.
Then they'll know. They'll go, "That's the window."
They're trying to get you to look out.
They're in the walls. Yeah, this makes no sense. So they would have had to park their truck next to the swamp and then walk over here? Anyway, if anyone was ever doubting the stories we told about the people we grew up with, welcome. Welcome to, oh, you weren't kidding? The live stream. How's your work going, Dave?
Good. Getting a lot done. It's good.
Me too. Hey, what do you think would be cooler if I do a third shield for the Dark Souls thing? Do you think I should do Solaire from the first game, like etched onto it? Or should I do something that isn't related to the game at all and do something that I just think looks cool?
Yeah, just do something that looks cool.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do something organic. I did two that are like all carved metal. I think I'm gonna do one made out of like bones or something. Or like granite. Do I still have my Nibiru? I didn't do a Nibiru. I was Nibiru for Halloween. Because it was like the same week. So I've got a photo of me dressed as Nibiru, but I don't have a Nibiru. Dave, did you do a Nibiru?
Yeah. I did one. Did like a digital thing.
Digital thing.
Just like a quick sketch.
God, Marco's Nibiru. Do you have any currently submitted? I don't know what that means. Could you rephrase that more specifically so I know what you're talking about? Oh no, I didn't submit these to Dark Souls yet. I'm gonna put them on. I'm gonna put these two on probably tomorrow, and then do a third one and see if I can hit the deadline. I really like this one. The other one's just kind of like expected. Like, oh, it's a Medusa. I like this one though. It's a little too detailed for the contest, but whatever. I'm proud of it. I gotta add some texture to it and then put it up. I had a lot of fun rendering this little angel boy, evil face. Yeah, rendering this window was fun. I'm not going to push it much farther, it's already too detailed, but it was a good time. A lot of this is scrapped from my other cathedral night I never finished. Maybe I'll do him too. Yeah, I had 3 cathedral night designs, many hats. I only finished one, and then I used some pieces for this one. I think I've got a sketch for the third one. Let's see if I can pull it up. Yeah, I do. Oh, this is like crazy rough and old. Wow. Yeah, maybe I'll do that someday. It would be cool to have a shield in Dark Souls.
Never gonna happen.
Oh, Dave's a really unsupportive friend.
Gonna fail.
He keeps me in check whenever my dreams get a little too big. He's like, it's not gonna fucking happen to you. I'm like, oh.
I go, people don't care about this. Are you insane?
I already know people are gonna be like, it's a fucking window. How does that work as a shield? Ugh.
And you're gonna be like, it's made of a diamond.
Well, that's actually what I was gonna say. I said that earlier. I was like, I'll just tell him it's made out of crystal, bitch.
I like how this alone is making me reconsider my thought of possibly going around Plymouth County.
Well, yeah. You have to like wear a hoodie and sunglasses, and like put up a status that says you're in New Hampshire for the weekend. Take every precaution.
Well, no, I meant like I was thinking about like it'd be kind of cool to live on the waterfront.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
because Boston's not. I don't know.
if you lived in Plymouth, number 1, you wouldn't have to tell anybody where you lived. Number 2, you wouldn't have to go the places that they go.
What do you mean?
Like, just stay out of sight and out of mind.
Might as well be dead.
Well, I'm just saying, like, don't go to San Diego's.
Yeah.
Don't go to the places that everybody goes, and you'll be fine. If someone sees you, just be like, oh yeah, I'm visiting my dad, what's up? Did Dave do a shield for the contest? It wouldn't even be fair. No and yes.
I thought about it. I did start one, and then I was like, yeah, I don't want to enter a contest.
I mean, you would win. I mean, if you want to have a design in Dark Souls, just, you know.
Well, I was just thinking, like, I know they saw some of the stuff I did.
Yeah.
So, there's no point.
I mean, unless you want to work for them, that's really the only thing that would come out of it. Or could come out of it. If you want to be like a design consultant or something. Yeah, the guy who's in first place right now just did like a pop culture reference. He like, there's like some, I don't really even know. There's like a YouTube thing that is like a joke, funny Dark Souls thing. I don't know what it is, but he made a shield based on that. And everybody's like, I've seen that video. Here's my vote. So it's kind of unfair, but whatever. It'd be cool if there was like a rule against that, so it was just design based, but that's why I was thinking about doing a character from the first game as a shield, just to try and get a one-up on that dude, but it's lazy. It's the laziest way. We had to run again. I think we're going to take a cab. There's a Bon Jovi skateboard in a pile of dirt we dumped near the door.
No, I don't believe it.
I just said, alright. Feels like a joke we would have made when we were like 14.
I know. That's immediately what I thought of. When I heard Bon Jovi, I was like, I'm 14.
It's a Bon Jovi skateboard. I'm hanging out in Steve's basement. Just kidding, but we did have to leave.
And that's not a joke. Mike would make it. Unless Mike's a different human being.
Yeah. I feel like someone might be down there, but it's probably not Mike.
Somebody tried to kill you tonight.
Yeah. It's one of the ancient evils we left behind. Trying to get in here. To defeat my power, you must first give it a name. No. No. I want something metaphysical to happen. Where I walk outside my front door to see who's here. And then I'm just walking through that graveyard next to my summer house. All the trees are dead and the wind's kind of blowing.
The tunnel vision starts to happen.
How did I get here? Oh. Yeah, tunnel vision. Everything. All the camera angle goes on a Dutch tilt and I fall over on one knee. What's happening? I like how that would be a compelling short film. Hey, we're outside, all your old friends. Hey, come on down. No, no, I'm working. I can't. Hey, come on down. We got you something. No, I can't. Come on, please. Alright, I'm coming. Just in a graveyard. How did I get here? Where's my friends? Winter Sundance Festival. Best short film. It meant so many things. I want to give those interviews so bad where I say the graveyards are metaphors for death, and I act like that's impressive. The graveyard was a metaphor for dying. Fold one knee over the other. Smile. Oh, man. Dave, do you still skate?
Yeah. I mean, not often, but yeah. Yeah.
Dude, what's the best trick you can do?
Oof. I do lots of late tricks. That's my favorite stuff to do. I can do a kickflip late Casper flip, which I like doing.
Dave likes doing late Casper flips.
Mm-hmm. You just kind of catch the board on the side and rotate it around your foot.
You heard it here first.
Except I permanently dislocated my big toe from doing late flips because you got to do them so quick. For whatever reason, just over time, my toe just gets dislocated whenever it feels like it. It's pretty sweet. Happens to me all the time.
See, I have Mike's number, but he clearly doesn't have mine anymore. So what I should do is call him and be like, hey, I'm outside. Where are you at, man? I legitimately don't know if that was actually them now.
Yeah.
It could have just been nothing. If that was them, I feel really glad for not going out.
Mm-hmm.
That was crazy. That was Dave's basement jokes.
Now I want to go skateboard. Except I'm in the zone. The cow zone.
Scum zone.
Scum zone. You're glad you're not alone in the battle of art versus skateboarding. Yeah. You can't really do both. And, well, I don't think. I mean, you can, but I don't know. If you're just trying to have fun, it doesn't matter, but yeah, I always put skating off. I used to skateboard all the time. I used to get off work at Domino's Pizza and just skateboard in the parking lot for like hours just doing those tricks. I mean, if it wasn't for skateboarding, I don't think I even would have understood how to get better at art. I learned like everything from skateboarding to like dedication stuff. Because you gotta spend so much time getting everything down. What do you think about skateboarding, Dan?
I'm too fat to enjoy it, like many things. Like many of the finer things in life, my weight doesn't allow me to even try it, so fucking sucks as far as I'm concerned.
There you go.
When I get on a skateboard, I think of all the ways I could fall off it and hurt myself because of my weight, increasing the velocity. And then I get off the skateboard. It's one of those things where I just worry about anyone seeing me on a skateboard. Because it's either funny on its own because of my size versus the board, or they're waiting for something to happen. They're like, he's not going to do anything he tries to do. Better sit here and watch. So there you go, there's my honest feedback. Would I rather lose my main arting hand or an eye? Do I get to choose the eye because I'm blind in one? It would be my bad eye, I guess. Kind of a lame question.
What's it?
Would you rather lose your drawing?
Lose an eye or my art hand?
Yeah.
An eyeball.
Depends on the eye.
I'd definitely rather lose an eyeball. I need to make money. I think Ian McKegg only has one working eye.
Yeah, I'm blind out of my right eye. Legally blind. I can just see blurry shit.
I just like Ian McKegg's story of one day vision just went away. Flesh-eating bacteria in his eye.
Gotta render this helmet so I can render these horns. I gotta put a wood grain texture on the red. Alright, let me go look for that. So Dave, what are your top 3 fears for the future? I feel like that's a better question than where do you see yourself in 5 years? What are the 3 things you really hope don't go wrong?
It's a good one.
It's not a good one at all.
Just don't want to procrastinate and not do Skull and Shark.
There you go. It's a real answer.
I don't want to be in the same exact position I'm in right now. basically.
Is listening to music a bad thing when doing art? Music changes your mood and feel, and you can't judge the mood of the artwork while listening to it. What do you guys think? I think you know if it's becoming a problem, and if it is, you should stop. But I also think that you can make soundtracks that are specific to the kind of work you're doing.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Sometimes
Yeah.
it helps to make soundtracks.
Like, you know, if I was working on this and I wasn't talking to Dave, I'd probably be listening to either video game soundtracks or like Celtic kind of stuff. Because that would get me in the mood to do this specific image. Then there's just music that gets you pumped in general. I don't know. It's just one of those common sense things. Like, I hate saying that because it sounds like a mean answer, but it's like, if listening to music's bothering you and it's taking you out of the piece, then just stop, obviously. Don't let it be a problem.
Mm. And there is no right way to do anything or whatever.
No.
It's whatever you want. That's what I always don't understand about art discussions. It's like that thing about the smudge brush. Like somebody in the chat said it's cheating, and it's just like it's part of a program. It's like when you use charcoal, you smudge. It's like when you... Who gives a shit? It's like nothing's cheating and there's no right way to do anything. Just learn fundamentally and then do anything to learn. Do everything. Try all that shit. Like, try different approaches all the time. Like, you know, just have fun.
Yeah.
Don't kill yourself. Do the hard work and then have fun.
I mean, it's different for everybody. Any answer we give you is just an answer for us. It's like, I love working listening to rap. I just do. It makes it really easy for me to focus on work and stay awake. I know tons of people that fucking hate working listening to rap. They can't do it. I know people that can only work if they're listening to like nothing music, like ambient, experimental. Like Taiko, yeah. I know people that can only listen to like air synth techno that's like boom, boom, oh, boom, boom, boom. It's like, I can't do that. It drives me fucking crazy. But, I mean, it's different for everybody.
Your mammy and your pap's about to find your body. Every single picture I do, at some point that plays. I listen to so much 3-6 Mafia. So much. And Lunez, I got 5 on it.
There you go.
That's on pretty often. Just because it's the opposite of everything I'm doing.
I think there was a week where I listened to Rack City, like, I don't know, 4,000 times. And when I wasn't listening to it, I was singing it to myself while I, like, cooked and used the bathroom. I'd be, like, alone in the bathroom in my apartment in the hallway I live in that's empty except for me alone, so it's, like, extra isolation. In the bathroom taking a shit, probably not wearing a shirt, whispering, Rack City, bitch, Rack City, bitch. Like, flipping greasy eggs alone as the sun comes up, and, like, throwing hundreds. That was a week. That was a week of my life.
It's because it's so bad, but it's also, I don't know, it's a mix.
No, there's something about that. It's like so dreary and real. It's like the sound of waking up to like thick rain sliding down the window. Like that beat. Whew.
Like, I listen to some stuff because it's funny, and I listen to some stuff because I genuinely enjoy it for some reason.
Yeah.
Like I used to not enjoy it, or maybe I did, and it was just because of the people I hung out with.
We enjoyed it,
Sure.
and yeah, we enjoyed it, and we pretended we didn't because everybody else thought it was a joke, and that was back when you were a kid. It's always weird when you like something people hate.
Yeah, like I literally listened to everything. Like I even have like I let me look at one of my playlists. One of my playlists has Rihanna and Venom and Bathory back to back.
That's pretty good.
It's like S&M and then In Conspiracy with Satan by Bathory.
I've got a whole lot of Yanni and Judas Priest. Port of Mystery by Yanni is still an album that I need.
Dude, Port of Mystery is the shit.
Port of Mystery, if anyone's into Yanni, if you don't have it.
That's literally like...
Even if you're not into Yanni, go get Port of Mystery. Port of Mystery, it's exactly what the title says it is.
It's good.
It really is. We're not even kidding. Like, we're laughing because we know how it sounds to be this serious about a Yanni album. But we're not kidding.
I'm telling you, once you hear the Magus for the first time...
Dude, the Magus is... Dude, that first track is so good.
Sphinx.
Yeah. That first track is like I could lift weights all day. You listening to it?
Yeah, I'm blasting it in my headphones. Can you hear it?
Yeah, a little bit. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun.
Butterfly Dance.
Fucking Port of Mystery is such a good album.
It's like, fuck Yanni for only making one of these.
Yeah, I know. Like, we downloaded... Remember we both got his discography and we were like, can't wait for the rest of those Yanni hits, and it all fucking sucked. Everything but Port of Mystery was god-awful. Like, easy listening. Go to sleep. Your kids put you in this home and this is on the radio. Like, my god, that music.
I know, I was so hyped on Yanni for a while.
Yeah, Port of Mystery does that.
Like,
Expectations are so high. Yanya. You should make Yanya where you just play Yanni songs next to Enya songs and see if anyone can tell.
I was trying to say Yanni and Enya. I had them on back to back, but I combined them to Yanya.
Dude, Yanya would be
Which
great.
is basically the mix I listened to.
Yeah, just remix Yanni with Enya. Yenya. It's great. Yanya. Fucking love that. That was such a great mix-up. Yeah, the Magus is like... You start understanding how things work when you listen to it. You're like, oh, the cosmos. I get it.
Blanket statement.
Just saying. Makes me...
Cosmos.
Oh, the cosmos. Oh. Yeah, and then we watched like Yanni live at the Acropolis thinking that Port of Mystery would be the hits because they were the ones we liked. And like none of Port of Mystery was on it. I just love that statement. Yanni live at the Acropolis. He's at the Acropolis. Do we listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson? Yeah, I listen to his stuff all the time. Probably at least once a week I'll listen to something by him. I love listening to him because he gets all excited and jittery. His voice shakes and he gets all passionate about it. I love that talk him and Colbert do at that college. I've listened to that way too many times.
goodness, I remembered how to paint today.
It's always risky. Oh, let's see. Got a question. Tell if it's stupid. But when you send out portfolios, is it better to attach a PDF or to link to an online portfolio? Does it even make a difference? I think an online portfolio is better as long as your site is simple.
Yeah.
A lot of people make the mistake of thinking a flashy site makes them look more professional, and it does not at all. Most people, if you have a site that's covered in like animated shit, most art directors will close it in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's like if it's hard to navigate and the images don't look amazing.
Yeah.
Then yeah, it's just more of an annoyance. I would go for. I mean, I would just attach like 3 or 4 images to the email itself, just to cut out all the time, so they don't have to go search around.
Yeah, just streamline it. Have a blog with a gallery of images, or use a Carbon Made, or just get a simple.com that links to a blog. Attach images in the email just in case they don't click it, but don't make some crazy site that you have to like learn how to use. Because like, actually, you know what? I'm going to show you guys an example of what not to do. This kid I went to college with. Please don't contact this kid and say anything. I'm showing you guys this on good faith. So this is way too complicated for a website. Way too complicated. Like a light and darkness theme, and then everything's animated, and then there's way too many choices, and you gotta wait for all the animations to play out. Yeah, it's weird. It's like everything has a different name. It's like references is metal, goal is fire, images is electric. It's like it's just way too much. It's not clever or impressive. It's just cumbersome. But yeah. I mean, in general, I'm sure some people are going to disagree with this, but don't try to be impressive anywhere but the images themselves, because it comes off bad to a lot of people. Don't like make ridiculously what you think are like deep themes on your site, and like it just comes off kind of pretentious and weird. It doesn't need, the people that are going to be hiring you to do the stuff we do don't give a shit. They really don't. They want to know that you're good at what you do. They want to know that you're timely. They don't need you to do the kind of stuff where it's like, this is a statement about the duality of man, and my site is like an expression of how it's like, no, just put some images on the site. Leave all the rest of that out of it. If you ever get really, really, really big and people care about how you feel about that stuff, sure, whatever. If you need to do that, if you're the kind of person that wants to do that, okay. But in the beginning, getting off the ground, it just makes you look really bad. I'm mainly talking about kids right out of college that have been told by their professors that a state-of-the-art, revolutionary website is what gets you the jobs, because that's what they told me and everyone I graduated with. And I didn't have a site till this year, and I'm the only one that got jobs. So it's like, it's dated information because most of them are talking from like if it was 1998 still. Like, up to like maybe what 2004, having an innovative site was something people could brag about. It's irrelevant now. It's a waste of time. There's too many people doing what we do. You know what I mean? It's like it doesn't have the same effect it had back then. Who was that? God, I don't want to keep talking shit, but I'm trying to think of it.
Gabriel Delato.
Yeah, the guy, the Marvel guy.
Yeah.
That was maybe.
I thought that's what you were going to use as an example.
Is his site still what it? Is it still what it used to be?
I don't know, but it was like you open up like Flash doors and stuff to like, get to images. You got to go through like all this shit.
That site's painful.
Yeah.
If anyone can find Gabriel Delato's site.
Like I knew exactly what you were going to talk about.
Yeah, because we've looked at that a few times. Yeah, if you guys can find that, I don't know if he changed it. I mean, hopefully he did. Someone should have told him by now that it's god awful. It's the push-up bra of websites. Yeah, but not even. It's like worse.
It's just fake tits.
It's a guy outside putting a really nice paint job on a car that's just a huge piece of shit. And you're like, oh. Yeah, fake tits is a good example. Just a bunch of scars, stretch marks. There's something wrong with that.
Fake tits and a hot girl. Because the artwork's good.
Yeah, if the artwork's good, that works flawlessly. I got an online portfolio, but I got everything there. It's not split into categories. So when I apply as a card game illustrator, for example, is it better to only show that kind of stuff? Yeah. I mean, if you've got tons of stuff in your portfolio, like if you've got more than 10 pieces in your portfolio, chances are after that, they're not very current or they're not very good. I mean, really look at your portfolio and show them the best of what you've got that encompasses what they're looking for. There's nothing wrong with having specific portfolios for specific kinds of jobs. That's the thing is like, if you want card art, show them the best you can possibly do at card art. They're not going to be as impressed if you're like, here's a bunch of icons I did. Doesn't matter. You can have the rest of that stuff on your site, and if they're interested in looking at it, they can. But if you're going to show them, the best of the best as like an application thing, show them the best of the best for what they're doing. Yeah, that website. I know it's given people malware warnings. I don't think it actually has malware on it, but who knows. If you do click it, though, it's one of the worst websites I've ever seen for an artist, ever.
Delato's?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like unbelievably bad. Dan or Dave, ever had or heard of an AD not wanting you to send sample work? What do you mean?
Just hiring you out of the blue? Or do you mean like not asking you to kind of do something for free first?
Yeah, like what do you mean? Every AD wants to know that you can do the job and they want to see a portfolio. Any serious AD. If a company says they'll hire you without looking at your portfolio, they're probably either not a real company or trying to scam you. If they want you to do like a test piece, like an art test, that isn't paid, I don't know if that's what you're asking about. But yeah, every company wants to at least see what you can do. And then not wanting you to attach files, rather just wanting you to link to an online portfolio. Well, I mean, I do both. I'd link to an online portfolio and attach like the 3 best images you have for what their company's doing. Don't attach your whole portfolio in the email because that's just a lot of shit for them to download and sort through. Just be like, hey, here's a sample of some card art that I do. I'm really interested in your company. Attached is also a link to my website. Feel free to check out the other stuff I've done. And then give them 2, 3 max examples of the card art you've done, best of the best you have. And if they like it, they'll click on your website and look at the rest. But yeah, I'd put both in the email.
Yep.
When did art direction first really take place in the industry? Well, the industry didn't exist till the 1800s, and that's when art direction started. Art direction started instantly because the people hiring you want to know that you're doing what they want to see. So, I mean, it just kind of comes with illustration. Anyone who's paying you to do something, the patron, yeah, they want to know that you're doing exactly what they asked for. So that's where art direction started. I mean, you can even read about Muka had to redo posters of Sarah Bernhardt because she wasn't happy with how she looked in some of them. You know what I mean? Like, that's art direction. That's the girl on the poster that he's working for saying, no, do it again.
Bitch.
Michael Fleur, hey, can you see if my truck is still there? Jesus. I mean, if you want to go way back, I guess you could say art direction started in the Renaissance with church patrons, but it's not really illustration, so. In relation to what we do, it started in the 1800s. In relation to just getting somebody likenesses down, like a likeness down, I don't know, 1300 probably. Dan, have you ever thought about doing designs for plain white Chuck Taylors or any kind of shoe for that matter? Your design would look quite well as eye candy for sneakers. I'd love to. I just have no idea how you get into that. I have no idea how you start doing that, so I just have never tried it. But yeah, I'd love to do that. I'm sure there's probably just a white shoe-shaped thing on Google that you just draw on and send to them. It's probably really simple. I've just never looked into it. Just a vector of a shoe. I got me thinking again, Dave.
Well,
If they couldn't get to their truck, how could they call a cab anyway?
yeah. I mean, that's why it was just like, no.
Yeah. Stupid fucking waste of time.
I think Dan Levisi, are you listening to this?
Dan, what are you doing?
He just sent me a message that said crusty.
Crispy.
Okay. Then I guess he isn't.
He's not listening to this?
I thought he was referencing crispy.
Oh, okay.
And then I remembered when he said it.
Does he want to talk? We can call him in.
I don't think he's there.
Maybe he can add new life to this.
Doesn't have a headset yet.
Okay, so here's a question with several answers. In the same question, why do we see more, quote, realistic designs when back in the 1960s they just were not cool? Or do we just always think that the now is always better than before? It's not that the now is always better, it's that the now is what's marketable, and what's marketable dictates what illustrators do. So the reason realistic stuff is more popular now than it has been since, ever, real is like really in right now, is because of things like video games and movies, because those didn't exist back then the way they do now, and you didn't need to do, for example, the job of rendering a character to give to a 3D guy to turn into a model for a game did not exist. So they didn't need a realistic artist to do that job, so less people did realistic art. You know what I mean? There was no like super high realism concept art for movies because they didn't need to build things in computers to put in the movies. Everything in a movie was made to scale, and it was actually built because computers didn't exist. So they didn't need an artist to plan all those things out.
Well, I mean, unless it was a matte painting.
Unless it was matte painting, yeah. But matte painting was like hyper real, and they'd put it in front of the camera and shoot through it and stuff like that. But
Disney dude.
yeah, exactly.
Monster.
So that's why you're seeing more of it now, is because the marketability of it based on games, movies, stuff like that, the need for it has driven the art to rise up. If that need goes away, you'll see it drop down. But in illustration, what's marketable and popular at the time always dictates how many people are doing a certain thing. That's why in like the mid-90s it was all about comics. Like tons of fucking people were doing comics because back then that was like big, and then the internet destroyed it. Gaming really took over as the big thing that artists did, illustrators did. Now we're all dictated by that. So whatever the next thing is, we'll replace it.
So you remember that piece I was doing for cryptids that I can't really mention?
Yes.
Turning that now because I'm bored into Space Harrier. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. That's a really good idea.
I was like, wait a second.
I like that a lot.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense, Nicholas. I mean, basically, we were talking about Ray Harryhausen earlier, the special effects guy who died yesterday. That was really the first time the need to make things look believable figuratively existed. Because matte paintings were just about like environments you shot through. Aside from animation, which, you could argue some of the Disney stuff early on was pretty realistic compared to stuff that was around at the time. But like the skeleton fight in Jason and the Argonauts had to look as real as he could make it with clay, because they were going to shoot the skeletons next to actual actors. So, the need of the movie's stylistic choice drove the art to be as real as it was. A game wanting to be about a war in a real country, like the Call of Duty games, you need the most realistic stuff to sell that illusion so the player feels like it's believable. So the art has to rise up to that bar. It's the same thing every time. How's it coming out?
I'll show you in a second. I had to turn off a bunch of layers, but I'll show you. I had to do a couple of revisions on this dude. So I figured space error.
Can you just share screen?
No, I'll just send you the image.
I just don't want it to pop up. And if it does, it'll be for a split second. Later, Nicholas. Thanks for the questions. Good luck in your, what is that? Analysis of form class tomorrow? Yeah, good luck. It's so hard to watch that Star Trek trailer and not think of Tim Curry in Legend. Every time Cumberbatch says darkness, I'm like, yeah. Kind of just want to watch Legend now. It's like the same low pitch.
Most gritty version of space error.
Let's see it.
Is this it? Yeah. Okay, here.
Oh, wow, that works really well. Oh my god, that's crazy. Holy shit. Can you show that on your blog after the card comes out?
Yeah.
Will they care?
I don't know. I don't think
Fuck. Oh, that's so good.
you like that dude, though?
Yeah, it's awesome. You need to move him over so he's not tangenting on the head, but I mean, it works super well. The scale is like dead on.
Mm.
That's awesome. Oh, wow. How did we not see that before?
I really like that monster, though.
Yeah,
I had a lot of fun doing that.
that's really funny. Yeah, it's such a Metroid monster.
Mm.
I'm looking at stuff Dave can't show you guys. I'm sorry. That's what we're talking about. Question off topic. My goal is to become a concept artist, but there are no decent art schools where I live, so I've applied to a school for 3D animation. Do you think it's worth my time? Absolutely not. If it's not what you don't like, school isn't worth it anyway. So if it's a school for something that you don't even want to do, it's double not worth it. Trust me, I've been to 2 art colleges. You're wasting your time. To be a concept artist, all you have to do is be good at concept art, which takes time, not money. You can teach yourself everything the schools will teach you. You can use online groups like Crimson Daggers, conceptart.org, communities like that. You can talk and network to people, go on CG Hub, DeviantArt, everywhere. Download free books on how to be better at drawing, how to be better at illustration, watch tutorials. If you just got books and tutorials, what school costs $30,000 for an education at the lowest? For $1,000, you could buy all the tutorials and books you'd need to get really good at doing this, and you could just self-teach. There's absolutely no reason to go to a school for 3D if you want to be a concept artist. Yeah, but JJ Beeston, that's not as common as you'd think. A 2D lead at a company doesn't necessarily have to know how to do 3D. I mean, yeah, you could make the argument that going to school and learning 3D and then doing concept art in your free time could be an added benefit to your portfolio, but it's an added benefit that costs you a minimum of $30,000, and you don't need it to begin with. It's just a little tack. It's a little Boy Scout badge on your lapel. It doesn't do anything. If you're not,
the thing about it is that it's like, what are you getting in this for? Are you getting in it to be a jack of all trades? Is that what you want to be?
Yeah.
It's like, or do you want to be somebody who has a name for themselves? It's like, if you spread out your time like that, it's like, I've worked on games and stuff. It's like, I never needed to know 3D. It's like, if you understand everything about, if you understand design and all that, and I mean, like, it becomes kind of common knowledge on, or you just learn how to deal with that too. It's, you understand over time after doing it for a little bit. It's like learning a language. It's like you could do it at home over and over with like all these, books and stuff. It's like, or you could go to the place and learn it really fast. It's the same thing. As if you get into that position, you'll learn pretty quickly what designs, like work for the 3D guys and stuff.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing, Ponchimon. Don't dupe yourself into thinking what the Blizzard site said. You said you're checking Blizzard Illustrator jobs, and it said that art school was a plus. Art school being a plus doesn't mean it's necessary, because almost everyone I know that's worked at Blizzard isn't a graduate. They don't care. The art comes first. If you're really good at art, you can work at Blizzard. If you're really good at art and you went to school, you can still work at Blizzard. If you're bad at art and you went to school, they don't give a fuck. It's only a plus if the portfolio's there first.
Yeah.
So I live in Finland, so the education is free, but still, it might not be worth the time. Well, that's the thing, is that free is a concept that you're misassigning to this. Because the amount of time you'd waste in school for 3D when you wanted to be a 2D concept artist is actually going to cost you a shitload. I'm assuming at the bare minimum, if it's a part-time degree like an associate's, that's 2 years, okay? So that's 24 months of time that you would be wasting in a school doing assignments that aren't buffering your 2D portfolio. When I know for a fact, if you studied every day and worked really hard and joined these communities, you could have a portfolio that would get you paying work in 2 years. You definitely could. Even if it's low-end jobs, you'd still be getting a foot in the industry. So taking those 2 years off and going to school for something you don't want to do costs a shitload. It's not free. Because you could have a foot in the door in the industry in those 2 years if you appropriated that time into something better. Yeah. So just don't do it. Really don't do it. Suddenly I'm alive with hate.
Well, I mean, it's just that if you have a dream of doing something, do that.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Do it no matter what. You can do anything. You can do anything.
Yeah. Okay, so here's some, let's see, there's a lot to read. So Egriv says, question, I'm working on my portfolio for Legend of the Cryptids, but I also figure it will be applicable for other companies. Most of the paintings will be card format, but not all. Is there a chance that when I'm finished with the first 3 paintings, I send them to you and Dave and you can tell me are they good enough for that or do I need to improve more? Not a complete critique, just like, yeah, keep making the portfolio paintings, or no, it's not good enough, you need to improve. I'm going to say we're not going to do that, because all you need to do is look at their other artists and ask yourself honestly, am I as good as these guys? And then send them off, and the art director will tell you you're good enough or you're not good enough. And if you're not good enough and you apply, that's actually better, because when you apply the second time, they'll recognize that you've tried twice. And if you fail the second time, that's still good, because on the third time they'll go, wow, it's his third time, he's really working hard for this. That's the thing, is like, don't be shy about jumping in the pool. Just do the work, really look at it, ask yourself if it's as good as the other artist, then send it off to the AD. If it's not good enough, it's not the end of the world, but don't be shy with sending your portfolio. That's the worst thing you can do, is be timid about it. I've applied to cryptids and they shot me down, and I'm still glad I'm still glad that I did it. They gave me feedback and told me what they wanted to see. But yeah, that's the thing, is like, any portfolio can work for more than one company. Cryptids has a increasingly specific style guide, so the stuff you're doing for them might not necessarily carry over to some companies, but it will definitely work for, others. There's always going to be some kind of overlap. But yeah, I mean, just apply when you think the work's at the level of the other artists.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like,
exactly what Dan said though. Like, you just don't wait for somebody else to tell you. I mean, get used to self-critiquing yourself.
right. I mean, basically, if you have a really hard time analyzing your work next to other people's work, look at someone you really like at cryptids and make a checklist of why the work is working. You should be able to do that as an artist. You should be able to look at it and understand what they've got spot on. So if I look at like an Oxan painting, I'm like, okay, they nailed the light, number one. Number two, the background is almost always nothing, so the foreground pops forward. They don't over-render the background, so simplicity is there. Composition is almost always there. The design is really subdued, so the values play more of a role than the design. Okay, so these are all on the checklist. The anatomy is almost always spot on, and the face has a lot of detail in it because it's almost always the focal point. So that's the checklist. Look at your work with that same checklist and be really honest. Have you hit those things? Do you have the textures that they have, as subtle as they have them? Are your edges sharp and lost in the right places? Really just break down the work you like by the people that work there, and then apply that filter to what you're doing. But yeah, really don't be shy about sending the portfolio. The worst case scenario is they go, hey, thanks for applying. This and this should be worked on, but we look forward to hearing back from you next time. They're not going to make fun of you. If you don't even get a response, it's not the end of the world. If they don't respond, that just means try again. And the other thing, just briefly, they have people working for them that are all over the map, stylistically and fundamentally. So we can't really even tell you if you're good enough to work for them, because depending on which AD looks at your stuff, you might have a varying chance of getting the job. Some of the artists that work there for a certain AD all look almost identical. And then for other ADs, the work is way different. So that's the thing, is like, it depends on who you're looking at and who actually sees your portfolio. No, I'm not saying it's a matter of luck necessarily. I'm saying that if you apply twice to two different ADs, one of them might like your portfolio more than the other. It's not luck. It's about finding somebody who understands what you're trying to do at the company, the style you're going for, the stuff you're looking at and responding to. Because I mean, really, anyone who looks through their cards, I mean, you guys should all know by now. I'm sure you've seen tons of people that work for them. They don't have like a set talent range. They've got people on pretty wide angles of the spectrum working for them. They've got people that are super insane pros with like work that's literally Rigney quality because Brad's working for them. And then they've got people that have only been doing this for a couple years and their work has a lot of the same stuff applied to it, the same rendering methods and things like that, but the fundamentals are nowhere near the same. But that's the thing I'm trying to tell you is like it doesn't necessarily matter if you're the best at what you do. You should still apply because who knows? They hire people from all over the spectrum. I mean, they were really honest with me when I applied. I can't really tell you anything else, but when I applied to them, they were like, "Hey, we like your designs a lot. You're very creative. The armor looks really cool. The characters look really cool. Very original. We need you to render like these people, though." And they linked me some Alex Negria stuff. They linked me some like a Brad image, and they were like, your edges need to be sharper. Your textures need to be more prominent. Your effects need to be there. We're not seeing any like particle effects or anything. We want that stuff in our cards. We want the game to look this way. So your designs are there, your ideas are there, but we need to see more digital rendering stuff. And that's like a really honest level of feedback for an AD to give you. Most don't even bother. They're just like, oh, better look next time. But they really broke it down.
They're a good company.
Yeah.
I like them a lot.
Yeah, we were talking about Applebot. And yeah, we love Brad. We're super excited that he agreed to do the next Bloodsport because we're about due for a Brad session. He's such a nice man.
Nicest.
The kindest of men. I'm just kind of noodling at this point because my coffee's pretty much totally worn off. So I'm reading the chat and looking at this and not really seeing what I should do next because my brain's dying. See, that's the thing I mentioned a while ago on this stream. It might have actually been the one before this. I can't remember. But if you send your portfolio to an AD 4 times and it gets rejected 4 times, but every time it's better and there's space between so they know you've been working, when you get to that 5th time and it's good enough and they hire you, the AD already has a working relationship with you and they already know how dedicated you are and how committed you are to getting it right. Because you've tried 4 times to give them exactly what they want. And even if it didn't work, that makes the 5th time that much better because you're not just in the pile at that point of people they might hire, you're at the top because they've heard from you several times. You've responded to their feedback. You've really pushed it. So even before you get the job, the first commission or whatever, you already have a working relationship. And that's invaluable. Like, so really, there's nothing bad that can come from applying, failing. It's just, more time, whatever, but your name's out there, your work's out there, and you're trying to improve, which is the most important thing. Good night, Nisha.
Night.
So in that way, is it necessary to create 10 new paintings to apply again? No, I'd say three. 3 to 5 is good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a good number.
3 to 5. Make sure they're much better than the first ones, though. Make sure that you're really pushing yourself, because if you send them 10 of the same quality as the ones before, it doesn't matter. So, 3 to 5. Doesn't need to be a shitload. Just say, here you go. If that doesn't work, do another 3 to 5. Just till it happens. At some point, it will happen if you're pushing yourself to get better.
Yeah, and if you know what you need to work on, I mean, like that's part of it. You don't just go and work on another set of paintings. You gotta study and improve and shit. You can't just be like, okay, I'm just magically gonna be better this time for some reason.
I mean, it's like, I would say you can send it to us and we'd look at it, but the group's too big now, so I can't really do that anymore because people used to send me stuff all the time when I was streaming, and I'd credit on the stream, and it was fun, and I loved doing it. It's not that I don't like doing it. There's so many people in the group now that I started getting messages on Facebook and emails and all kinds of stuff with like, look at my work, I need you to look at my work. You looked at that guy's work, why didn't you look at mine? And people would get upset and offended, and I don't know what to do. And they were relying too much on the goodwill of like, hey, yeah, sure, I'll take a look. And it became like an expectation. And there's just too many of us now in the group. But other people in the group can help you. It doesn't have to be us. Plenty of us are working. Even the people that aren't working can see the flaws in the work. Like if you want to work for D&D, they can look at the work at D&D and look at your work and give you an informed opinion as to why you might not be getting it. So don't be afraid to ask people for help if you really can't see what the problem is in your portfolio. Someone will help you. I know you should cater your portfolio towards the jobs you want, but the chances of getting jobs such as concept art, advertising, movie work, from what I learned from, is a lot harder. Or must I focus on getting specific jobs at card companies? Well, there's what do you want to do, and then there's what do you have to do to get there. And those are two different things that work together. They're symbiotic. You should never lose track of what you want to do. You should keep your eye on it. But to get to that point, you might have to do a bunch of stuff that isn't necessarily that. So what I want to do is just work in creative. I just want to generate ideas. I want to art direct. I want to do style stuff at some kind of company. I really, really want to do that kind of stuff. What do I have to do to get there? I have to work on RPG company jobs because those are the most consistent with pay, so I can afford my bills and stuff. I have to do some card art jobs here and there because, again, consistency and pay, I got to pay the bills. But while I'm doing these jobs I have to do that aren't necessarily the ideal job I set out to do, I don't lose sight of where I'm trying to go. Every step you take should be closer to that and not away from it, because you want to get there in a reasonable amount of time. And you can. But you don't want to start taking on jobs just because they're jobs that have nothing to do with that. Like, I got offered a huge job. I signed an NDA, so I can't talk too much about it. But it was for kids' books, and it had nothing to do with design, nothing to do with concept art, nothing to do with any kind of fantasy or sci-fi. It was just really mundane, marketed towards kids, really sterile and marketable. And it paid a lot of money, and I probably could have got it, and I didn't do it because that would have been an 8-month sacrifice of my time that would have steered me so wildly off course that it would have taken me forever to get back on. So, yeah, just to reiterate what I said in the beginning, there's what do you want to do, and what do you have to do to get there. And you got to do both of them at the same time.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah.
It never is.
No. And I mean, if you really want to do something and it's your dream job, it's worth doing however many years of stuff you have to do to get there, as long as you don't actively lose track of where you're going. I mean, it shouldn't be easy to get a dream job. You should have to work hard for it and do some stuff. I do believe that. Yeah, it might not always be ideal, but I mean, come on, it's not supposed to be.
Yeah, set things. Everybody would be doing it.
Yeah.
But it's like, advertising stuff. I mean, like, my aim, just to add some perspective for me, it's like when I started out, I wanted to be a concept artist.
Yeah, same.
It's like I'm not that. It's like I've learned so many things in doing this that have just changed my entire direction completely. It's like it doesn't necessarily like whatever you set out to do, you probably are going to find out through, I don't know, some small way or jobs here and there that it's not exactly what you thought. And things are going to change. It doesn't matter that, I don't know, it doesn't really matter like what your kind of goal is in the long term. It just matters that you're moving.
Right.
Much. That's really the most important thing, is that you're just doing and doing and doing and doing and doing and doing and doing. And then maybe you end up doing marketing stuff because you like it. But if your goal is like, this makes money, so let's aim for that, sometimes that's not the best.
All right, slow down on the questions, guys, because I want to answer stuff that's in the chat, but they're piling up a little bit. Okay, so one last thing on what we were just talking about. The other advantage to doing these jobs, getting there, that might not be the dream job. Like, okay, granted, I don't want to work at RPG companies forever. I like the work. I'm grateful for it. I kind of do enjoy working on it, but it's not my ideal job that I'd want to have. But the thing is that if someone contacts me and they say, hey, I do art, look at my stuff, let's be friends. There's so many of those now that, like, I lose track of them. But if someone says to me, like, hey, what's up? I work with Andrew at Paizo. Instantly, it's networking because I've also worked with that art director. And I'm like, oh, I have that job that you have. And there's something to talk about, and there's a common ground. And the networking is such a huge part of it. Like, the people that work at the different companies, people that can get you in at places they're also working. Doing these jobs when you're getting there is actually part of getting there, because for all you know, the people you're working with in the beginning are going to either end up or already are at places you want to be. So if you have a working relationship with them and you know them and you work alongside them on similar jobs, it's a foot in the door. And a lot of this is who you know. I've gotten a lot of jobs this year just from knowing the right people, and they have too much and they hand it over. Or they can recommend your portfolio to an art director who otherwise never would have seen it. Like, never underestimate that. That's a huge part of it. Yes, the portfolio has to be good, but getting it seen by the right people has a lot to do with where you are, who you know, and who sees it.
Yeah, you got to talk to a lot of people. Like, it's, unless you just want to work at a company, it's like you want to do freelance, you just have to talk to everybody.
Yeah.
And that's a huge part of it. It's what's happening right now. It's just, us talking to you guys.
Yeah, this is networking. I'm streaming and working and talking to all you guys, and it's technically networking.
Yeah, and you'll know Dan, or you'll know me from this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so why is it so rare for people to give honest feedback when they post on Facebook art groups? People usually just post and nobody comments. They only like the image or say good job, stuff like that. Because creative people tend to walk on eggshells around other creative people. It's not everybody, it's just most of us. We never know who's sensitive. We never know who's going to be that guy who gets really offended or takes it to heart. It's just one of those things where people don't want to necessarily be dicks. Because even if you don't want to admit it, if you put an image up on Facebook and you worked really hard on it, and the first comment is, the lighting's not really working, I think you could work on the muscles more because it's really just destroying the piece, better luck next time. Everybody thinks the guy's a dick, even if it's true feedback. Even if it's totally honest and it applies to the image, everybody who looks at it's like, wow, that was kind of dickish. And it's nobody wants to risk being seen that way, I guess. So, it comes down to the phrasing. That's a big part of it, how you say what you're saying.
And it's also where you are. It's like you're on Facebook. That's not like a place where you post and you expect everybody to critique you. It's like if you want
Yeah.
that level of interaction with people, then go on and forum.
Yeah, the forums are really where that is. I mean, on a Facebook, half the people seeing the image have nothing to do with art, and they couldn't crit it because they don't understand it. It's people's moms, people's aunts, people's uncles, kids they went to high school with. Like, as far as art groups, that's just another thing. If it's a bunch of professionals and they're all in a group and they're commenting, and they're uploading stuff and looking at it, it's just the eggshells thing, honestly. I just think, the image is done. Maybe they send them feedback privately because they don't want to put it out in the open. You know what I mean? Maybe they don't want to be seen as that guy, so they'll send them a private message. I've done that. I've been like, hey, I saw your new piece, really good job. Have you looked at this? Because it's very similar and I think you could learn from it. I've done that stuff before, private messages. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think people walk on eggshells with creative stuff because they don't want to be seen as that guy.
Yep.
Let's see. How do you get those initial jobs? Must you cater to their style in the beginning, or can I get those initial jobs based on my personal work and a portfolio? Can I count on my own style, or must I ape? Um, the only answer I can give you is what I did, and I guess the only answer Dave can give you is what he did. I just drew whatever the fuck I wanted till I thought it looked good, and I put it on forums, and then I started getting a lot of private freelance where like people were like, "Oh, I saw your images. I have some characters for a book I'm never gonna write. Here's some money." And I did a lot of those jobs for a while, and then after that, I was like, I really want to get better work. What do I do? So then I started drawing stuff that looked like other stuff, and then those companies started hiring me. And then I wanted to get even better work, so I was like, well, how do I work for Paizo? What do they want? And I made a little checklist, like I said before. They want characters with interesting designs that kind of look like things you've seen before, but done in a slightly different way so it feels fresh. They want really dynamic shots. They want lots of little details. And then I did those heroes and villains pieces like a year ago exactly. And then Paizo hired me right after I did those two pieces because it was just catering to what I thought they'd want to see. That moved me up the ladder. Yeah, it's just, it's a combination of doing what you want and doing, what's expected. If you want to work for a specific company, the example we always use is Blizzard because their art style is so specific. If you want to work for them, you have to show them you can do that. They're not going to hire you necessarily on a whim because they want to know that you can be part of their pipeline because everything has to look the same way when it goes into Warcraft. So you do fan art of Blizzard stuff. You make yourself look like a fresh variation of what they do. So it's familiar to them. They know you can handle it, but also you went that little extra step where they get kind of excited because they've never seen that thing done necessarily that way before. And that's what'll get you the job there if you want to work there. And that goes for every game company. But, yeah, I don't know. Dave.
Yeah, ape, but then ape in an innovative way.
Ape in a vape. There you go. It's a stupid word. It's a stupid, clever word you can put on Facebook.
It's true that, you ape the style, but do it in a way that's new and
Yeah.
you're good.
In a vape. There you go. I'm kind of afraid to contact pros like you're on Facebook and be like, hey, can you help me out? Isn't that kind of cheeky? If people offer help, that's one thing. The worst thing you can do isn't asking somebody for help. It's asking them why they didn't help you after you asked them for help. If you send an email to someone who's a working professional and you say, hey, help me out with my images, please, and they don't respond, then they don't want to help you. The worst thing you can do is send them another message that says, why haven't you helped me yet? There's nothing wrong with asking for help. I don't think it's the best way to do it unless people are actively offering it. But, yeah, there's nothing wrong with asking. People expect that. That's very common. But if you send follow-ups that are like, hey, what the fuck, it's been a week and I haven't heard from you, please, really need your help, then you start to cross that line.
Yeah, people don't want to deal with that.
I've unfriended tons of people for doing that, Panchamon. It's exactly what you just said. That's the biggest way to just become the worst.
Yeah, I actually got one of those messages
Yeah.
like today, I think.
How offensive was it?
It was just rude.
Yeah.
And I was just like, the entitlement of people just fucking kills me.
Yeah.
It's like I'm super fucking busy. It's like, all this shit that I tried to do over the years. And then to just have people like shit on you, it's like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
It's like, really, you just can't do it. It's like, sorry.
I mean, I'd say that your chances would be better of having somebody help you if you went and looked for people that put themselves out there actively, people who do live streams regularly, people who have like feedback sections on their blogs and stuff like that. Those are the people where you're more likely to get the feedback you're looking for. If you send someone you really like who's not really around that much on the internet, they don't have like an active presence. Like, let me just pull a name out of my ass. Like if you sent like Marco Durjevic a message, he's not like actively live streaming or anything. Like he's around, but he's not like present on the internet, and you can't really get to him in an easy way. He might reply and say like, "Yeah, I saw your image," but chances are he probably won't. If Dan Levisi's doing a live stream and you go in there and you're like, "Hey, I've got an image. Would you give me feedback?" He can say yes or no to you. He's right there. You know what I mean? Like your chances are way higher of getting noticed if you go to people that actively put themselves out there.
But
yeah.
even so, that's not that. Even that's not even.
Yeah,
right,
even that's not a guarantee.
Because it's like you're coming into them
Yeah.
already doing something.
But I mean, that's what I was gonna say. It goes back to what I said before. Go to people that are okay with it. Like I expect it because people have seen me do tons of crits. Chris Sickbrush expects it because people have seen him do tons of crits. Awesome Horse Studios, all of them expect it because they actively do crits. There's tons of people I could keep going on, but yeah, if you see people that are actively giving feedback, ask those people if you really need it because that's the better chance of getting it seen. And go to things, I guess, would be the second part of that. Go to like Comic Cons and talk to artists you like. If you have a portfolio you want to show them, that's most of them don't mind. If you're going to a workshop, they have a specific set of hours put aside where you are only doing portfolio review. I mean, yeah. So I mean, that's going to workshops and things. I mean, we've talked about this a lot. That's networking. It's getting portfolio feedback. It's making business connections. It's getting out of the house, which is really important when you do what we do. Like, that kind of stuff's invaluable once you get to the point where you can do it. Yeah, I don't respond to stuff on Facebook anymore. If anyone's listening and thinking, if you see me live streaming and you link something, I might click it, but I blanket don't respond to Facebook stuff now because there's too many. It's just too much. Yeah, I can put this on demand. It's fine. This was a weird live stream. Some people from my hometown came to my building and demanded to be let in, and then I didn't let them in. And then there was some advice, and then there was some more drama, and then some more advice. And then we talked about movies and cynicism and inspiration. It's been a weird run.
Been on you for a while.
Yeah, we're at the four.
I've been talking to you for 4.5 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. 4.5 hours. So I'd have to stop it soon anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta get off and do my ending music run.
Alright, so let's see. So Dan replaced Dave when Dave became super epically busy with the daggers. So who's gonna replace Dan when he becomes massively busy? I'm already starting to become massively busy. I don't stream daily anymore. I stream when I can. Um, but the thing is that at this point, because daggers wasn't what it was when Dave stopped and I took over, but it is what it is now. Who takes over is really up to the group. It's whoever streams the most and garners the biggest audience doing what they do. I can't really say, everybody go watch this guy, because then what if he doesn't do it? You know, it's one of those things that should happen naturally. Like, if you notice someone streaming constantly and doing all those things, then you're all gonna go. Like right now, the most active person in the entire group is Chris. Chris does it the most regularly. He does the most work. He does it the most transparently. He helps the most people the most regularly. So really, he's kind of flagshipping it right now. I get on here when I can. I try to do it every day. It ends up being like 4 days a week. Dave gets on here when he can. He can barely do it though because he has so many NDA jobs. But, you know, Daggers is getting big now. And there's tons of people streaming constantly. So there's always something to watch. It doesn't need to be one central thing anymore. There's always somebody else live. That live stream list that Wilkenfell's made is like the best thing ever.
Yep.
This is where I'm just the right amount of tired to just ramble and render hair. Just mindless noodling that I'll erase tomorrow. Oh, that hair looks really bad. Yeah, Google Hangouts are cool. Those are getting bigger now. They're really good for Photoshop. They don't feel like you're driving a fucking ice truck like Livestream does. Nothing scarier than when Livestream starts to lag. And you're like, I can't get control of it. Where's it going? Where's it going? This is a client piece. This is something I have to send out tonight before I go to bed, which is going to be soon. I'm doing a bunch of logos for a game I can't talk about, but I got live stream rights in my contract. So, yeah, there should be more after this. Unless they're like, gotcha, you're fired.
I hope they don't say it like that.
I'm too tired. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care how I do things. Well, hey, you might like my client's taste, but I had to fight for these horns and beard, okay? I had to fight a battle uphill the whole way. I was like, listen, kids love the horns. And he was like, I don't know. And I was like, no, listen. Kids love the horns. I can't decide if I want to give the skull kind of a mustache. I don't know. I'm going to make some hair sticking out of it. Yes, it was. Grey Palm. Am I going to stream all these logos? No. I only stream when I can't do the work on my own. When I start feeling lazy, I turn on live stream because I have to work. And I felt myself getting distracted tonight, so I started live streaming. I was working a little too much on my Dark Soul shields. So I was like, I gotta get this out.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Alright, then I'm gonna go too. Because fuck that. Sitting here in silence.
Yeah, fuck that.
thanks to everybody who asked questions. Thanks for coming. Have a great night. And hopefully I'll talk to you guys soon.
Great night, 5 a.m.
I don't know what time it is where they are.
Yeah.
Where I am, the sun is rising, and I am going to go crash and burn and never wake up.
Yep. See you guys.
Farewell.
Bye, Dan.